Hey guys, thanks for watching Bond Court.
Mr. Guerrier,
I would
you're
really
here today,
appreciate it if
because
you
you're
hit the
arrested on
like
charge
button and
of
subscribe
exposure
to
of
my
sexual
channel.
organs. I have read
Bond
the
Court is
charging
now in
affidavit. I
session.
do find sufficient probable cause. Your bond will be set in the amount of $500, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can I ask for no contact with minors? This was
Okay, it was by a
allegedly done
school.
by a school, yes.
I'll do it, yeah. And you're not to have any contact with any minors? Children, not the ones
I
that,
don't usually do. I'm
Okay.
scared of them, actually.
all righty. Take care, good. Your name, sir? Your name?
Justin Merritt.
All right, Mr. Merritt, you're here today because you were arrested on charge. Was disorderly. Write it down.
It's a trespass, Your Honor.
Trespass.
And, Your Honor, the offer from the state was an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Lennox bus station at 455 North Garland Avenue, and Mr. Merritt would like to accept and enter a plea of no contest.
All right, is that right, Mr. Merritt? Yes, ma'am. You want to enter a plea of no contest?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
All right, the plea form that you've got there, you understood the rights. Do you have any questions about the rights on that form?
No, sir.
You understand that this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, I'll accept your plea. I will judge you guilty. I'll sentence you the time you've served in the Orange County Jail. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost. Actually, no, there's no no cost of prosecution. So just court costs, and you have 12 months to get that paid. And I'm gonna order that you not return to the Lynx bus station at 455 North Garland Avenue in Orlando for a period of 1 year. If you do go back there and I find out about that, the court is made aware of it, you are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in up to 180 days in the Orange County Jail.
Sounds good to me. Thank
You're
you.
all set. You'll be released as to this case.
Have a good day.
You too. Your name, sir?
Roderick Bartha.
So, once more time?
Roderick Bartha.
What about these guys? And what about Antone? Isn't, you're Mr. Bartner, right? Bartha, right? Okay, I thought they were after that. That's what I thought you told me to do. I think you said put it after Merritt. Oh, well, that was Merritt. All right, well, there you go. You see, it's one of them days. All right, Mr. Bartha, you're here today because you're arrested for 2 charges: possession of cocaine and trespass on a property after warning. I have reviewed the affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. The bond on the possession of cocaine is $1,000, and on the trespass will be $100. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you on that. If you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
No return, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
For
Oh,
the
yeah, no
trespass.
return. Where, do you know, where was that? Is it the same place that he's out on bond for going to?
No, Your Honor. It's the Quality Inn.
Okay, no return to the Quality Inn. If you do bond out, you can't go back there. And he's on, well, that trespass is brand new, huh?
Yes, Your Honor.
Surprised that one didn't get rolled from Judge Davis on the weekend. It was from the same time. There must not have been any issues. I'll take no action on that one then. Okay. Yeah, I said it on the record. It was Saturday.
How you doing, sir?
Good afternoon to you. Your name?
My name is Akeem Wally Woods.
All right, let me get. So Woods, you're here today because you were arrested on 2 charges: possession of a controlled substance and trespass on property. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond be $1,000 on the possession and $100 on the trespass. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to that location. Okay, don't possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
Yes, sir. I do not consent to being detained in any way, shape, or form. I said I do not consent to be detained or charged in any way,
Okay,
shape, or form.
understood. we have people who actually consent to being detained and held?
Usually not.
Yeah, I would think that that's pretty, pretty standard. This one, I have a question about. Your name, sir?
Tavares Anderson.
All right, Mr. Anderson. Okay, so it says sale and delivery within a child care facility, possession of cocaine with intent, sale and delivery. But if you look at it, it's just a possession, right? Where are all of those other charges coming from?
Your Honor, I wasn't able to read this affidavit.
Yeah, because it says, April 19th, we're conducting an area canvass. They came upon a black male known as Tavares Anderson. While conducting a search of his person in the wheelchair, they were able to locate a white rocky substance. It was
Wait,
crack
Your Honor, are
cocaine.
you reading the affidavit for 23 CF 5117?
Yeah, that's the narrative that's attached to it.
Okay, I don't, it may not be the right one because there's a 23 CF 5083 that did happen on the 19th. And that's what you're reading, which is just a simple possession.
Okay, and if you go to that one, I agree. Yes, that's the same.
We don't have, yeah, I don't have any,
It shouldn't be the same, Your Honor.
I can't.
Well,
One was as a
that one's
result-
correct, is what you're saying. The one that is actually in 5083 is the one that relates to 5083, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, gotcha. So we don't have anything on the other one.
Yes,
Yes.
I can't see any affidavit. I didn't see any affidavit, Your Honor.
Yeah, the only thing that's attached is that.
Okay.
Can we,
Do you want to reset it, Your Honor? It is as a result of a warrant, so PC has already been found, but I can reset it, Your Honor, for 24 hours.
Probably what the officer meant to say was, while arresting him on the warrant, he found this, but he didn't put that in there. They're saying it's a call for a service of a suspicious person. I don't know.
Well, it does say that he had an outstanding warrant for his arrest under that case number, the 23-02344.
defense would ask that it be reset so we can get the affidavit, Your Honor.
I have no problem with that.
Yeah, I'll just stay in, and then they'll get the correct warrant affidavit. Just make sure the counts are right and everything. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Wait, I'm rolling something till tomorrow. That's problematic.
Is the public defender appointed?
Yes, on both.
And so are you finding PC on?
On the
50
possession of cocaine, I will set at $1,000, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol.
Your Honor, we're gonna just settle on bonds tomorrow as well? It's open.
Yeah, I'll let Judge Bigney, although I don't think those were filed on, they were pretty recent, weren't they?
The misdemeanor has been filed on, the felony drug possession has not.
Okay. Jesse Crow?
Your defense will waive, we would just ask for a bond or a
All right, I'll appoint the public defender.
pretrial release.
$1,100, count one, 100, count two, PTR or PTR if they qualify. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol, no return.
Your Honor, we just asked for pretrial release. It says he doesn't work, he's homeless.
Okay. Just do PTR then. Mental health. And no return to the scene. John Merricks. Mr. Merricks. You're here today because you were arrested on a number of charges. First of all, in 2023 CF 4629AO, you're arrested on the charge of, based on a probable cause warrant, sale and delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet.
I know nothing about that.
What's that?
Said he doesn't know anything.
I know nothing about that.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have a lawyer so they can look into that, all right? As I was saying. Sale and delivery of cocaine within 1,000 feet of a child care facility, that's $10,000. Sale and delivery of cocaine, I'll reduce that one to $5,000. Possession of cocaine, $1,000. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you if you bond out. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And in the second case, which is 2023 MM 2665AO, which is a trespass. Set bond amount of $100. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, no return to the scene, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that one as well. So I have a lawyer on both cases. Antoine Brown or Antone Brown? What? She told me to put it after Merritt. Okay. Well, no, whatever. Are you ready? Do you have Cowell next? It doesn't matter to me. Okay, that's fine.
Oh,
You can bring her in. Okay. Okay, Ms. Johnson's back. This is a continuation of earlier this morning. As I let the state and the public defender's office know, I did receive contact from Rolando Sanchez, the alleged victim in the case this morning. He wasn't able to be here. Instructed him, if he wished to be heard, to send an email. Subsequent to our earlier court appearance, Mr. Sanchez did send an email to us. I provided a copy of that both to the state and to the assistant public defender. I will read that email just to let you know. Good morning. Thank you for calling me back. What I wanted to let the judge know was that Jennifer Johnson and I have been married for less than a year. We have an 8-month-old child in common together. I would like the court to consider granting her a no bond status. I am in fear that she will return to our residence and either harm me or the child. Ms. Johnson contacted me multiple times yesterday from the jail. I never answered. She called a friend of hers and had her friend call me on a 3-way call so she could talk to me. I advised her that she was not to have contact with me, and I hung up the phone. I don't wish to have contact with her at this time. I want her to get treatment. She suffers from mental health issues. Her mother has told me that she's been diagnosed with schizophrenia. I don't know if that is documented or not, but that's what I was told by her mother, and so I am in fear that she will return to my property and hurt us because she has nowhere to go. Thank you very much for your consideration. If you have any questions, please feel free to call me at the phone number listed below. And then he indicated that he was in the Polk County Courthouse and then going to another court hearing to explain why he wasn't able to be here. He doesn't want to have contact. Now, where can you go other than, because you do live together and you're not going to be able to go back there. Where can you go?
I've already discussed it with my best friend Danielle that I will be staying in her
Stay with her?
home. It's my best friend.
Okay. All right, so what I'll do is I'll set bond the amount of $500. No contact with Rolando Sanchez. You can return to your home one time with law enforcement to pick up any clothes or anything that you need to live, but you're not allowed to go back there other than that. You're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And where did you say that your child was?
He's at home. I'm the one that takes care of him.
Well, for right now, because the child is also an alleged victim in that, and I'll set a bond of $500 on that too, excuse me. then you're not to have any unsupervised contact with your child. And if DCF gets involved, which I don't know if they will, but if they do, you're to follow any order or anything that goes along with that. Now, because I'm ordering no unsupervised contact, that means that you can't just go and pick up your child. Someone's going to have to be able to effectuate that transfer, because you can't see your husband and you can't go to your home, other than the one time with law enforcement. And when I say go to pick up personal items, that's not a baby. That's clothes and toiletries, okay? So I'm not saying you can't see the child. It's just that it's gonna have to be supervised, because the child was involved in the case, okay? All right, public defender's been
I apologize. For
appointed.
clarification, is it
Sure.
500 then on both counts?
Yes, 500, 500.
And then, Your Honor, I don't know if there's any way possible, but is there third-party contact allowed for purposes of childcare? Because I know that has to be facilitated somehow.
Yeah, if there's someone else, I mean, if her friend is willing to do that.
Because usually there's no third-party contact allowed at all.
But
so
it
I just
has
wanna
to
make
be
sure for-
just about the child, not about the case, not about anything else.
Okay,
And really, hopefully, it's just to effectuate any kind of transfer.
yes, and that would be defense's understanding, and would just hope it would be reflected in the order.
Okay, well, I know it will be. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Raymond, correct?
All right, Antoine Brown? All right, Mr. Brown, you're here for arraignment, in jail arraignment on your, attempted trespass of a structure.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set that for a pretrial in Division 85.
We can't plead because we're conflicting off. We have conflict counsel. We can't plead. We have a conflict. We can't. I don't know, but there was, I saw it. I saw the bond. I don't know what it is, though, off the top of my head.
Joshua Pope? All right, Mr. Pope, you're here for arraignment on your criminal mischief charge.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty. I don't believe we're appointed. I didn't see an attorney, Your Honor.
It does say that you are.
Oh, we are, okay. No, there's no offer. We're going to enter a plea of not guilty.
Okay, we'll set that for pretrial in Division 85. Keith Cowell.
Can't see. Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Cowell, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass on property after warning. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
The offer from the state to resolve the case was an adjudication of guilt. It's like credit time served. Was there no return? Okay. And Mr. Cow would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay, is
Yes, sir.
that right? Are you going to enter a plea of no contest then? Okay,
No confidence.
all right, go ahead and sign that.
Not very good. I've had a couple of 4 strokes. I just riddled it.
All right, Mr. Cowell, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No,
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
I've had a couple of strokes and yes, I keep falling a lot, so
Well, you understand what's going on here today?
not really.
Well, you understand what this charge is about? It's a trespass. All right. And you're entering a plea of no contest, so you can be sentenced to time served. You understand that?
All right.
Okay. Yeah, do you have any questions about anything on the form?
No,
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. You understand all that? All right, I'll accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty. I'll sentence you to the time you've served in the Orange County Jail. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, and you got 12 months to get that paid. All right, you're all set. You'll be released as to this case.
that,
They'll release you today, okay? They're going to release you today.
Yep, you'll be released today.
yeah, but I need to stay because I can't see to get nowhere. I'm lost. I can't see. I've had strokes.
You wanted to stay?
Yeah, I wanted to stay for like at least a couple of days.
I'll see if social services can come help you, okay?
All right, thank you.
Christopher Cummings? Mr. Cummings?
Yes.
Mr. Cummings, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass on property after warning. Do you find that there is sufficient probable cause?
And
Offer from the state is an adjudication of guilt, credit time served, no return to the Quality Inn located at 626 Lee Road.
Popular place today.
I don't know what that means. Have just a moment. I just wanted to make sure. Sorry, it was a note that was
Okay.
threw me off. He would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of no contest.
Okay. So, Mr. Cummings, you're going to enter a plea of no contest into the charge of trespass, is that right? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? No. Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past? No. You understood all the rights in this form and signed it? Do you have any questions about anything on this form? No. You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea would result in deportation if you're not a citizen. You understand? All right, I'll accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty. You sense the time you've served in, withhold. Is it a
Okay.
withhold or adjudication?
It's a withhold. I may have said adjudication, but it is a withhold, Your Honor.
All right. It's a withhold of adjudication. I'll sentence you the time you've served and impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution. You can pay that within the next 12 months. I'm going to order that you not return to that Quality Inn at 626 Lee Road in Winter Park. All right? Thank you. You're all set. You'll be released.
I'm gonna release you today.
Are you taking any action on that?
I'll take no action on that. Just leave that in place. Burke Dickin, is that right?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your
Right,
Honor.
sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of trespass on property after warning. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause.
Defense would ask that you just stay the bond, Your Honor.
We will set bond amount of $250, appoint a public defender, and you're not to return there if you do bond out. Okay, don't go back there.
Could he have a one-time return? He has, his vehicle is still there, Your Honor.
Okay, with law enforcement, you can go there one time. Okay? Your name, sir?
Harold Hayes.
What about Harvey? All right,
Defense, so,
I appoint a public defender.
is there an offer? Brenda,
Yes, it's an adjudication, credit time served.
can we reset for tomorrow? There's an offer to
All right, I'll
resolve.
reset it for tomorrow. That's two. I'm gonna get in trouble.
Harold Hayes.
All right, Mr. Hayes, yes. Mr. Hayes, you're here today because you're arrested for 3 charges: resisting an officer without violence, and, and possession of drug paraphernalia, and then also a disorderly conduct.
Your Honor, defense would argue no PC as to the disorderly conduct. Based on the affidavit, there is no indication that the vehicle was stopped at a traffic control light, stop sign, or any other traffic device. So defense would argue no PC. As to the disorderly conduct, there was, we would ask for an ROR as to the disorderly paraphernalia and the paraphernalia in this case, Your Honor. And I would just ask that you set a bond on the resisting, or set it, which I believe, being that the state doesn't move forward on the paraphernalia charges.
Hmm. Hey, you want to be heard on any of it?
No, Your Honor. Can you give us the case number for the disorderly conduct, though, please?
It is 2023 MO 539 AO.
Your Honor, do you agree with a defense that there is no PC for the disorderly conduct?
I think the problem is that it does say, the requirement is that they be stopped on a road or a street or at a stop sign or all that, they've changed that, and that's the ordinance. And it doesn't say that the vehicle was stopped at any of those. It just says he went up to a vehicle, so technically, I guess it could have been in a parking lot or something like that. That's the problem.
So no PC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me take a look on the other
And so that's an ROR?
thing. Yeah. What was the problem you had with possession of drug paraphernalia?
I was gonna ask for an ROR because the state does not prosecute, has not been prosecuting those charges.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say, it was in his pocket. So what's the position on that, state?
Again, Your Honor, no objection.
All right. So it'd be 500 count one, ROR count two, ROR on the disorderly, and appoint a public defender. No return to that Lee Road area. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol.
And defense will waive.
On Nicholson,
Yes, Your Honor.
what was the reason?
Mental health.
All righty. I'll appoint a public defender, set bond amount of $500, no contact with alleged victim, no return. I think that was a good. Mark Sanchez,
Defense will waive. We would ask for pretrial release, Your Honor.
all right, appoint a public defender, pretrial release, no return, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Malcolm Sharon,
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
these people are. I should just start picking up until tomorrow. Well, Monday was a bad day, we could have Friday be a bad. All right, appoint a public defender on Mr. Sharon. Stay the bonds, 500 count three, 100 count one, 100 count two. No return, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Akira Walker. You are Ms. Walker?
Yes, sir.
All right. You're here because you're arrested on a charge of petty theft.
Yes.
Have you the charging affidavit? I do find sufficient probable cause. Set bond amount of $500.
The offer from the state,
Oh,
Your Honor, is an
yep.
adjudication, credit time served, and no return to the Walmart located at 3101 West Princeton Street. And Ms. Walker would like to accept and enter plea of no contest.
All righty. Ms. Walker, is that what you want to do? Is enter plea no contest then?
Yes, sir.
Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
Yes, sir.
Take any medication for that?
Bill fives.
And you do understand what's going on here today?
Yes, I do.
All right, you read over your plea form. Did you have any questions from me about the rights on the form? All right. You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. All right. I will accept your plea. I will adjudge you guilty, be sentenced to the time you've served in the Orange County Jail. There'll be court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution to the state.
How much would that be, sir?
That's a total of $273. I'll give you 12 months to pay. All right? Or do you need more? Want 18? Make it 18 months. Okay? And you can pay a little at a time or all at once, whatever you want to do. And then I'm going to order that you not return to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street. If you do go back there, within the next year, you are subject to a contempt citation from the court that could result in a jail sentence of up to 180 days.
Okay.
All righty? You'll be released as to this case.
So I can, I'm being released?
On this case, you will, yes.
I didn't see the plea. Oh, okay, okay.
Bocher Bramwell.
Plea.
Bramwell's the last name?
He's mental health, Your Honor. Can we reset for tomorrow? There's an offer to resolve both.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender, and we'll reset that for plea tomorrow. That's three.
Well, I still have two.
Oh, okay, okay.
What about Damian Williams?
Yeah.
Condon. Jeffrey Cooper? You are Jeffrey Cooper? Hi, Mr. Cooper, you're here today, you're arrested on a charge of open container and trespass, wasn't it? I don't remember.
Do you have the case number, Your Honor?
Yes,
541.
Okay.
yeah. MO 541.
And the offer from the state was a withhold of adjudication credit time served and court costs, and Mr. Cooper would like to accept, and it's a plea of no contest.
What was what's the state misdemeanors? Was it trespass?
No, Your Honor, it appears to
Is this-
be possession of marijuana under 20 grams.
Oh, I thought it was a trespass.
Okay.
You,
The withhold.
All right, so Mr. Cooper, you withstand a plea of no contest then to the charge of possession of cannabis and to the open container, is that right? Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today? Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past? All right, you read over your plea form, understood the rights, and signed it. Do you have any questions about anything on the form? Now, you understand that the open container is punishable by up to 60 days in jail and up to a $500 fine, and the possession of cannabis is punishable by up to a year in the county jail and up to a $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your pleas could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. All right, I will accept your pleas. I'll withhold adjudication as to count one, the open container. You'll be sentenced to time served. Count two, possession of cannabis, withhold adjudication, credit for time served. Those sentences run concurrent with one another. And $223 court costs, 12 months to pay, and you'll be released as to this case.
The out on bond?
No action. Man.
Ms. George? It's 30.
King, he refused.
Your Honor, I will waive, however, I would argue no PC. As to the trespass as charged, the ordinance the officer arrested him under was 43.35, where it states it shall be unlawful to desecrate or despoil any church or other property set apart for public use, or held for charitable purposes, benevolent, or to deface or post bills on any private property without the consent. And based on here, we just have him refusing to leave the location.
An interesting choice to charge it that way.
The defense would ask for an ROR.
I mean, it really is. Do you want 24 or you want me to just?
Nope, no, thank you, Your Honor. No.
All right, I'll ROR him. No return, don't go back if he gets out. Edward Starcher?
And defense had a PC as to this charge as well, Your Honor.
This is the one.
It's the same as the other. There is no indication that he was stopped at, the vehicle was stopped at a traffic light, stop sign, or traffic control device.
think this one's a little different though, because it does say that he was soliciting from vehicles on the roadway. And it says soliciting and receiving objects from vehicles stopped and traveling through an intersection and public road. On the roadway, whereas the other one, it didn't say where it was.
However, but based on the statute, Your Honor, even if it's on the roadway, it has to be on a roadway, public roadway in obedience. They're stopped in obedience to a traffic control signal light, stop sign, or any other traffic control device.
Is that what 4306 says?
Yes, Your Honor.
I don't remember. Actually had a
It's
challenge to that.
4306, looks like K. And it states, any person who distributes any material to or receives any object from an occupant of any motor vehicle that is stopped on a public roadway in obedience to a traffic control signal light, stop sign, or any other traffic control device.
Okay. You want more time?
No, Your Honor.
LROR, point of public defender. No return. Keon with speed.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speed, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on your no valid driver's license.
And the,
A mean judge put a bond of $2,000 on it.
Your Honor, the offer to resolve the case was an adjudication of guilt, credit, time served, and Mr. Speed would like to accept the state's offer and enter a plea of
Okay.
no contest.
All right, Mr. Speed, you just want to get it over with today? Enter a plea of no contest?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, sir.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No, sir.
Are you read over your plea form, understood the rights, and signed it? Do you have any questions about the rights on the form?
I'm sorry.
Do you have any questions about the rights on this form they're giving up, the one you signed? Do you have any questions about the rights on the form that
No,
you
sir.
signed? It's right here. You don't have it anymore. It's in my hand, see? I got it right here. All right? It's a magic trick. It went from there to here. You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Okay, yes, sir.
All righty, I accept your plea, I'll judge you guilty, you'll be sentenced to time served, and I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, and you'll have 12 months to get that paid, and you'll be released.
Judge, do you know what the time served is?
What is the time served? When did he get arrested? Let me take a look, he may,
For this one, he was arrested yesterday.
Yeah, I turned, oh, sorry.
That's fine.
let me see. Yeah, it looks like it was originally just a ticket, so he didn't have any time before, so just two.
And what happened to the other traffic offenses? Do they all bond? Thank you. Just to confirm for the record, that would be Jose Gonzalez Mendiola, Anthony Hunt, and Freddie Migdal Mejia? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
John Archer?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Archer, you're here today because you're arrested for the following charges.
I had drug paraphernalia why I originally got arrested.
Yep. There was a possession of drug paraphernalia, that's in 2023 MM2653AO. And then when you were brought to jail, their allegation is that you were possessing heroin, cocaine, and you introduced those contraband matters into the county detention facility. If you find sufficient probable cause, bond set amount of $1,000 in the introduction, $1,000 in the cocaine, and $1,000 on the heroin. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. on that case. If you bond out, bless you. No, do not possess any drugs, weapons, guns, or alcohol. And on the possession of paraphernalia, I'll set bond amount of $100, point a public defender on that, same conditions. Thank you. Your name, sir? Oh.
Alexander Allen.
Hi, Mr. Allen, you're here today because you've been arrested for a warrant for violating your pretrial release conditions. There is no bond on that. And if you did not have a public defender or lawyer before, I'll appoint a public defender for you now.
I have no bond?
Yep. That was the initial, ordered by the other judge. Mm-hmm. Is this Mr. Barry?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Barry, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to appear.
Yes, sir.
I think this is the one. There is no bond on that. And did you have a lawyer before?
There's no attorney that
I did have a lawyer, like, before the felony charge.
Okay.
Change of lawyers because.
All right, so you had a private attorney before? All right, I'll appoint a public defender for you right now, and if it turns out that you hire someone else again, they can withdraw.
I hired somebody.
Oh, you did? Okay, then you're fine to get own attorney. All righty, good luck. Your name, ma'am?
Robin Butler.
Eventually, you'll get it. All right, Ms. Butler, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of possession of MDMA. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bond set in the amount of $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to possess any drugs, weapons, guns, or alcohol if you do bond out. You were out on bond for a driving license suspended.
have that.
I'll take no action on that. There you go. I figured you're gonna want it eventually. I was just trying to jump the gun. Rodney Christensen? Oh. Lauren Collier. This was gonna take a while.
No, I didn't see it at all. I have no idea.
She just here to watch, or is she here to say anything?
I believe they're here to speak on her behalf, Your Honor.
Christensen, bonded. Next one I have is Collier. Is there another one?
Bonded. It was Philip Cannell.
Hang on. Okay. All right, Ms. Collier, you're here today because you're arrested from a probable cause warrant. That probable cause warrant contained 5 counts of dealing in stolen property, 5 counts of receiving money from a pawnbroker by fraud, and 5 counts of false verification of ownership to a pawnbroker. And probable cause was previously found. Ma'am, raise your right hand. Solemnly swear testimony about to give you the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Your name?
My name is Carol Savage.
I'm sorry, you have speak up.
My name is Carol Savage.
Okay. What is your relation to this?
I am her mother. I am also a licensed mental health counselor for over 20 years. I am a child abuse investigator and I'm a substance abuse expert. And my daughter is a dual diagnosed identified human traffic victim under Florida statute. and have been identified as a vulnerable adult. And as you can probably see in your computer there we now have 3 judges, maybe 20 felonies that has all come out as she has successfully been combating the dual diagnosis, which was the substance abuse. She was trafficked to that pawn shop, but we have been stabilizing her, and with these back and forth arrests between Orange and Seminole, the medication noncompliance has threatened her sobriety and also her unborn child. I am a United States Marine. She was born on Camp Lejeune with a congenital heart defect. And my husband worked for the Georgia Bureau of Investigations. I have testified all over the state of Florida and North Carolina as an expert witness. I've run detox facilities. She has been successful for almost 10 months on this substance abuse, and the human trafficking has just come out in the counseling. And I am pleading with the court that we stop this back and forth arrest between the counties. We assign one judge, give her a public defender, and allow me to get the human trafficking experts in this courtroom.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, if it's Seminole County and Orange County, that causes difficulties.
Yes, sir.
Make it difficult to have one. I expect, although it looks like there may have been an attempt to transfer.
Yes, sir, but she had been arrested when she was gonna enter a plea in front of Judge Egan, and they charged her with 5 counts that day. They ended up violating her in Seminole. Judge Donna McIntyre has worked with her for years and put her out on ROR. We came down yesterday to apply for a public defender, and they arrested her at the clerk of the court. And she's just about to get off probation in Seminole County. Just for further information, when I found out that my child was human traffic victim, I shut down my lucrative practice. My house is in foreclosure, and I have focused all of my energy on keeping her alive, substance-free, and now my grandson is in grave harm as an identified high-risk pregnancy over there. And Judge Donna McIntyre has worked with her for years and was very proud of her. Her probation officer, Rojas from Seminole County, already knows because this is happening, they're probably going to rearrest a human trafficking victim, which we all are educated to know re-traumatizes her. And they're going to put in a notice of appearance for her because they're so upset with how it's volleying back and forth.
It looks like they were trying to get everything in one division.
Yes, sir, but she was in the Seminole County Jail.
No, that's
Couldn't
not
be
what happened.
notified.
What happened was, the defendant is not currently represented in this case, and an arraignment has not been held. So I think what happened was that at that point, this is just the way things work in this court system.
Hey guys, thanks
I
for watching
understand that,
Bond
sir.
Court.
I'm just
I would
very
really
concerned for
appreciate it
her
if you
mental
hit the
health,
like
for the
button and
well-being
subscribe to
of
my
her health,
channel. Bond
her
Court is
heart
now in
disease,
session.
And also my grandson. And also, as a human rights activist for over 20 years, I wanted to identify that to the court.
What happened in this case, State? Do you know? Can you tell by looking at this? It looks like there was an affidavit for a warrant, and then they no-infoed it like 5 days later. They didn't go forward.
I believe that is what happened. And then it was reopened again, Your Honor.
Yeah. And that's probably why Judge Calderon denied it, because there really wasn't a case at that point. It had been no information.
And Your Honor, Judge Egan wanted her back on the 24th with all the proof of how far she's come. But because she was arrested that day after a signed plea was made and put in abatement, I cannot get these records for that judge without my adult daughter. And the day after she got out on RRR in Seminole County, we have now filed 15 more felonies on a same crime spree from a year ago where she was being human trafficked to those pawn shops and shot up with heroin in exchange for the money that she would bring back to the... I know who the traffickers are. I've told her not to speak to anybody until she's stabilized on medication. But any undercover cop wants to come to my house and show me a badge, I'm happy to identify the traffickers. And I'm also a United States Marine, and I hope they step on my property. Your Honor, I have also made an exit plan for my daughter when this is resolved to get her out of this state. That's how dangerous it's become for our family.
In the affidavit, it does indicate that the officer spoke with the defendant. And when they spoke with her, that in her bag, she had $4,443. And during the interview, she admitted the currency found in her bag was obtained from the stolen item she pawned. And she explained she was facing eviction and was trying to accumulate money to pay her back rent.
Sir, the apartment that she was trying to pay rent on is one of the main traffickers.
And Collier blamed Cynthia Gould.
And I can explain that too. Cynthia Gould's been cleaning houses in Windermere with Mike Fritas, and they've been robbing the people in Windermere for years. She worked for Cynthia Gould for 2 weeks, and in exchange for the heroin that she relapsed into is what they did. They stole the goods. She was under the influence, and they used her fingerprint. And if you research those individuals, they have a much longer history than my child.
And I understand that, and when you say they used her fingerprint, well, she was there.
Yes, sir. She was there. She did relapse. She was under the influence. She has 5 mental health diagnoses, and she had relapsed onto heroin. And instead of calling her mother, she tried to handle it herself. And when she spoke to that undercover officer at the probation officer, she was also high. And you can see that on the drug test.
That's fine. State?
Your Honor, defendant has a bond, so I'm not really sure what we're arguing about. PC has been found, information has been filed, and she has a bond, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
Yeah, no, I don't dispute that. There's clearly probable cause.
I believe the issue is the bond amount, is what I was told. I guess we would just ask that you consider RORing some of the counts so that they're able to post the bond.
Your Honor, I believe there are 5 different counts of each.
There is, yeah.
Because there are 5 different victims. Or did she just do it 5 different times?
I thought it was, well.
No, I think it's just the transactions, Your Honor. I apologize.
Yeah, I think it is. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. In the dealing in stolen property, I will reduce that bond to $1,000. And then the other 4 will be $100. The first count of receiving money from a pawnbroker, $1,000. All the other 4, $100. False verification, $1,000. The first one, so what we're talking about is count 1, count 6, and count 11, be $1,000. All of the counts, $100. And count 1, 6, and 11 be 1,000, and then the rest are all 100. You're not to have any contact with Cynthia Gould or Michael Frucos, whatever his name is. No contact with any alleged victims. Obviously, don't return to any of the addresses that stuff was taken from or the pawn shops. I will appoint a public defender. No drugs, no guns, no weapons, no alcohol. Although you can take drugs that are prescribed.
Yes, sir.
So, and I would just obviously, there's other cases pending, so at some point, maybe they would allow it to be transferred, so everything, it does make sense that everything would be handled by the same judge. I expect it will. Unfortunately, they're not going to be able to consolidate the Seminole County stuff with here.
Your Honor, Judge McIntyre is closing that case after
Okay,
she completes.
then that's good, so they'll only be here, she's got to deal
Yes,
with it.
sir.
Okay, that's it, I'm done.
Thank you.
I don't think they're co-defendants, they may be at some point. But they were involved in the theft. So you can just, Mr. Cook?
Sir.
Just a second. My computer is messed up. All right. Mr. Cook, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Set bond amount of $1,000, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you bond out, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. All righty? Thank you. Shania Davidson?
Yes.
Hello. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of grand theft 3rd degree of a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
God, man, this thing is... Just a second. Let me restart my computer. That's a mistake. All right, here we go. All right, I do find sufficient probable cause, bond set amount of
Your Honor,
$3,500.
she qualifies for pretrial release.
You do qualify for pretrial release. Would you like to be released with that, on those conditions? All right, release you with pretrial release conditions. You can't possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
Tara Dickerson.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right, let's appoint a public defender. And I will stay the bonds.
And,
And what about, are those other cases filed on?
no, I didn't see anything.
No? All right, I'll take no action.
And the next,
No return, Your Honor.
Yeah, no return. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Brian Dumas.
I'll waive, Your Honor, however, I had PC
Okay.
issue. Based on the affidavit, it only states that my client was sleeping in the residence. There is no indication that he was going to commit a crime therein other than the burglary itself or the trespass.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. He was just, Goldilocks, sleeping in the home. Certainly a trespass.
Yes.
That's fine, Your Honor. Trespass is 810.08.
810.08, find probable cause for trespass. Set bond amount of $500. No return to 4061 Kirkland Boulevard. Point of public defender. Terrence Garrett. All right. Mr. Garrett, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of grand theft, third-degree motor vehicle, and driving while license suspended. I have read the charging affidavit. Find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond set amount of $3,500 on the grand theft, third degree, $100 on the driving while license suspended. If you do bond out, you're not to drive without a valid Florida driver's license. Don't possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender. That's the, what's the other grand theft? Which one? 3,500, 100.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. On the grand theft, what was the bond?
3,500,
Thank you.
100. The other case that he has. Oh, they filed them in separate. Yeah, so it was 15105, 15107. Hang on, gotta look at the other case.
Are you looking for the out on bond?
Yeah, I found it.
Okay.
So literally, like, he bonded out yesterday, and then he just, or did he already bond on this? When did you bond? It says 4/19.
He was
Yesterday?
arrested, I believe, the 1st of April, and then he may have bonded on that date. Did you bond on the 19th?
Right, but that's, no, today's the 20th, right? So did he bond out and then get arrested on the new one right away?
Let me see, Judge.
Or did he bond out? Yeah, that must have been what it was, because they came in with that.
Okay, so he was booked in on April 1st. He was released on, April 19th.
Yeah, I'll revoke that bond, there's no bond on that. That's just a little crazy. And the same charge. And- Jerry Gay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gay, you're here today because you're arrested for a charge of possession of ecstasy, MDMA. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. Bond we set in the amount of $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, and if you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. Jose Gerada?
Defense will waive.
All right, appoint a public defender to represent him. Bond $1,000 on the possession, $100 on the drug paraphernalia. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. O'Neill Goodman?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Goodman. Okay, Mr. Goodman, you're here today because you're arrested on a new charge of possession of MDMA, possession of drug paraphernalia. And I do find sufficient probable cause as to count one bonds $1,000 and count two is $100. And let's see, I guess that other one has not been filed on?
That is correct, Your Honor, for both of them. 23 CF 1715, defendant was arrested February 7th, no formal charges yet. 23 CF 1018, defendant was arrested January 23rd, no formal charges yet.
Same exact charges. All right, no action.
Before we go too far, I'm sorry, I had one 23 CF 5103, defendant's name is Ricardo Ganoza. Is that bonded? Thank you.
Leslie Hall. All right, Mr. Hall, good afternoon. You're here because you're arrested on a failure to appear warrant. And there is no bond on that, and you have a public defender already representing you, so good luck. Janetta Harris. Abe Ivory. Mr. Ivory? Mr. Ivory, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to appear. There is no bond on all of those counts. You already have a public defender in the case.
I'll let them know, but he can't change it.
I'm sorry, was that private or public defender?
That was PD.
I've been locked up since August.
Does he have a private?
Private?
No, PD.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Okay.
I trust. Rocky Jackson. Mr. Jackson, you're arrested on a charge of possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia. I reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Hang on a second. This freaking thing. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you, set bond amount of $1,000, count one, $100, count two. Let's see, you're also out on bond on some charges.
22 CF 10639, that is set for pretrial May 3rd, and 23 CF 1473, defendant was arrested February 1st. Formal charges have not been filed yet.
And I believe on the first case, you guys only filed on the possession of Dimas.
The master plan
Mm-hmm.
and the destruction of evidence.
Did they file on the destruction?
I will double check
I
that.
thought it was only the,
Oh, just the one?
mm-hmm.
All right, I'll revoke that bond, a new bond of $2,000. And no action on the one that's not filed on.
You can bond on everything.
Brandon Jones.
Fence a wave.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender, find sufficient probable cause, a bond of $1,000, no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. Stefan Lilly. People just do that to me all the time. My name is Stephen, I used to hear Stephanie all the time, I apologize. What's that? Lewis, I think they said bonded. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, that's why.
I'm sorry, I'm behind.
Keldon Lewis bonded.
And this is Mr. Lilly.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. So, all right, Mr. Lilly, you were arrested based upon a probable cause warrant signed by another judge. And for burglary of a structure, bond is $3,500, grand theft third degree is $150. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. And that is in 5078, and we don't have the 2885 or 316.
Are there any conditions, Your
Yeah,
Honor?
no contact, no return. Not to go back to that location, and not to have any contact with any witnesses.
Your Honor, I don't have it printed. The location, the location, I don't have it printed.
Hang on.
I can tell you. Hold on.
Oh. $216 South Norton Avenue,
Service.
Roofing Services and Solutions. Okay?
Thank you.
Christopher Melvin.
Defense will waive.
All right, appoint a public defender to represent Mr. Melvin. Bond in the possession of methamphetamine 1,000, heroin 1,000, 100 for the drug paraphernalia. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol.
What happened to Natasha Lopez? Thank you.
You guys got all those, and I don't. Well, if they left them in, I would call it, and then they would say bonded. Blake Mervin? Mr. Mervin, you're here today because you were arrested for uttering forged bills or notes in grand theft third degree. I have reviewed discharging affidavit, and I do find there's sufficient probable cause. The uttering the false banknote or forged note is $1,000. It's $500 on the grand theft. And I do appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to the Ameris Bank. You're not to have any contact with any of the employees of that bank. You're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. Thank you. Wayne Milton.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Milton. You are here today because you're arrested on a charge of possessing methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bond is set at $1,000 on count one, $100 on count two. And if you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. 100. And he's out on bond on a DV.
He was arrested February 25th. No formal charges have been filed yet.
All right, I'll take no action. Alicia Moore. Is that right? Ms. Moore?
Yes, sir.
Are you here because you were arrested on a charge of fleeing and attempting to elude? I have read the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause. It's set bond in the amount of $1,500. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you bond out, don't operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license. Do not possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. You're all set. Derek Mosley.
Sir, yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Mosley. You're here for two things. First of all, you're here for in 2021 CF 2241AO for failing to appear in 5 or 6 counts, and there's no bond in any of those. So in that case, you have no bond. And the public defender is already representing you on that. And then you have a new case of 2023 MM 2649AO, and that's a resisting an officer without violence. I'll set bond in the amount of $100 on that and point a public defender in that new case.
Thank you.
All right, so you have a lawyer on both, $100 bond, and if you do bond out on that case, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol.
Yes, sir.
All righty. James Pollard. Mr. Pollard, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of possession of methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and there is sufficient probable cause. Bond is set in the amount of $1,000. I will appoint a public defender to represent you, and you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol if you do bond out. Now, he's out on bond on a oxycodone possession and a resisting and possession of cannabis less than 20.
Arraignment is set for May 18th.
So it has been filed on,
I believe they only filed on the oxy.
probably.
Possibly.
Let me just see. Yep, no action taken on the resisting or the
All right,
cannabis.
I'll revoke that bond, new bond $2,000 on count one of that. So I don't need to set anything on the other ones, because they didn't file on them, or do I? Yeah. So just revoke count one. Keaton Powell. You are Mr. Powell?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Powell, you're here today because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to appear. And there is no bond. Let's see.
I believe he has private.
Yeah, looks like you have, is that Ed Mills representing you, or another, or Jonathan Mills? Yeah, okay. Yeah. And there's no bond, so on that failure to appear, just get in contact with Mr. Mills. You can always go and speak with the judge and see if they can get that switched for you, all right? Good luck. Todd Rivers.
That's a half, Your Honor.
Defense will waive.
All right. Mr. Rivers, I will appoint a public defender for Mr. Rivers. And, sure. On the ag assault, $2,500, no return, no contact. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Do we not have the, or is there the resisting? Oh, false ID. That one's on here too? So do we have we don't have 2023 MMs 2666, 2668, excuse me, AO? Oh. So we don't have it? Or we do? It's under Holloway?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I was confused as well.
Okay. $500, public defender, appointed public defender. Oh, so they put it under the false name that he gave. I know it's false, why don't they use his real name? That doesn't make any sense. Okay, all right. It's a head scratcher. Mr. Sapp? All right, Mr. Sapp, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of methamphetamine and attempted destruction or destruction of evidence. I do find sufficient probable cause as to the possession of methamphetamines, $1,000, as destruction of evidence, $100. Oh, he does qualify for PTR.
He would like pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right. I release you with pretrial release conditions. Make sure you check in with your officer. You may have to undergo a drug test. And you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol while you're out. That would be a violation of your PTR. And I will appoint a public defender for you. Stephen Thomas. Okay. Mental health. And is that, let's see. Okay. As to the open container, $100 bond, appoint a public defender, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. As to the 2023 CF 5092 AO, I found sufficient probable cause, appoint a public defender. Count one, $1,000. Count two, $100. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Tyrese White.
Surety bond.
Okay, Mr. White. All right, Mr. White, you're here in 2023 CF 3466 AO based upon a arrest warrant that was filed by another judge. In that case, it's a fleeing, attempting to elude, and a resisting officer without violence. I'll set bond on the fleeing attempting to elude as at 1,500. I'll reduce the resisting an officer without violence to 100. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Appoint a public defender to represent you. And if you do bond out, you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license. And let's see, what's the other case? We also have 2023 CF 4727. And in that case, you have two counts of fraudulent use of a personal identification card, $1,000 bond on each of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 counts of fraudulently impersonating a person, $1,000 each, and finally a petty theft of $100 more that are reduced to $100. Appoint a public defender to represent you. No contact with any of the alleged victims. No return. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And was there, do we have a bank or anything in here?
It's out of county BOP as well.
Yeah, that's the last thing.
Your Honor, just for clarification, so the only one that you reduced
Was the petty theft.
was, okay, thank you.
And the, you do have an out-of-county warrant for a violation of probation. That is no bond. And what about the out on bond case, 2022 CF 12776 AO?
Pretrial is set for April 26th.
I see that. What condition, how was he released, doesn't say. Is it a bond?
Look that up.
Oh, surety. All right, revoke that bond, no bond on that case. And public defenders, in any case, he doesn't have a lawyer already.
He has a private, I believe.
Okay, he's got private, all right.
On which case, the out on bond?
Out on bond.
That last one?
Out on bond, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't say on the sheet.
Mm-mm.
Okay, Sharoxy Williams. Come on up, Miss Williams. Last but not least, and of course, the computer is not gonna work. There we go. Okay, Miss Williams, your hip sake is you arrest on a charge of grand theft, 3rd degree of motor vehicle. And I have read the charging affidavit. I find sufficient factual, it's correct, or it shows probable cause. Bond set amount of $3,500, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol.
What happened to the right, Oliver?
Allegedly.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure. No, I thought she got this.
Okay, ready?
Not gonna change it. So watch what you say on the record. 'Cause it could be used against you in the future.
Good morning. This is Dale Rodriguez, certified Spanish interpreter, previously sworn.
All right, good morning, defense wearing headset.
No. He says he's unable to hear at this moment. Oh, no.
This interpreter connection's been established.
All righty, good morning, your name, sir?
Oscar Alberto Arias Prieto.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I've read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You live at the 9000 Alon Court address, is that right?
Yes, sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have another place that you can go to live?
Desde el momento no sabría. Debería buscarlo.
At this moment, I couldn't say. I would have to look
Well,
for one.
does Juan live at that address?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have, if I set a bond, I'm gonna have to order that you not have any contact with him, that you maintain a separate residence. So if he's living there, you can't go back to the Alon Court address, okay?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All right, so I'll set bond the amount of $500. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no return to 9000 Elan Court, number 202. You can go back there one time with law enforcement so that you can pick up any personal items you may have there, whether it's clothing, toiletries, things such as that. You're not to have any contact with Juan Borgay, the victim in the case, alleged victim in the case. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
And Your Honor, just while we have the use of the interpreter, I just want to make it clear that before he returns for that one-time return, that he must contact law enforcement first and not just show up there.
Yeah. Let's make that clear that you do need to go with law enforcement. So you have to call either the sheriff or the local police to go with you to the house so you can pick up your stuff. You can't just show up there, can't just go there by yourself. Okay?
Sí, señor.
Yes, sir.
All righty. That was 2023 MM 2672AO.
It's 500. So the bond is 500. You have to call the police. Telephone. Sorry. Okay. So call our office when you get out. Bond 500.
Edgardo Riviera Nieves. And it's wearing the headset.
Sí.
This interpreter connection's been established.
All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant from your DUI case. There is no bond on that, and we'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
No bond.
That was 2022 CT 6338AO.
Telefono de public defender's office. However, you have a private attorney,
No,
public defender?
no, no public, mío.
Okay, but right now, no bond, contact, okay? Good luck. Judge's chambers, so hang on, see what happens.
That's it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
All right, your name, ma'am?
Jennifer Johnson.
All right, Ms. Johnson, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've read the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. And of course, right out of the box, this is the case. The alleged victim just for the record, the alleged victim did contact my office this morning, according to my JA. I haven't spoken with him, and left a voicemail and an email that he wanted to speak with the court, and I indicated obviously that would be inappropriate without someone else there. And so there was an email. The email indicates that he wanted to speak with me, did not indicate as to what he wanted to do. So it indicates to my office that if he wanted to, either we could pass the case to this afternoon, and then he could send an email, which I could then forward to the state, or he could have an attorney represent him by coming to here. My understanding is, I guess, he has a trial today. At least that's what it said in the charging affidavit. So,
And Your Honor, we would, they do have a child in common, especially for childcare and many other reasons. And I believe based on the information by the court and the information in the police report, we anticipate that the alleged victim is going to be asking for contact. I know the court might not be able to rule without officially hearing from him, but we would be asking for that no hostile contact.
I mean, I expect that's probably what's going to happen, but I have to hear that. You know, I mean, I can't just say, well, I'm reading between the lines. Obviously, from what he said, he tried to deflect it even from being charged.
Don't say anything.
So my expectation is that, well, my long-term expectation is that this case probably won't go anywhere, but my short-term expectation is he's going to come in and he's going to say he doesn't have any problem with contact. But we do have a child involved, and so DCF is going to, I don't know who's taking care of the child. Do you know, ma'am?
I'm the primary caretaker.
Who's taking, you're not right now. You're in jail. Who's,
It's probably with his aunt.
okay. But, I mean, the only option for me right now is to say no contact, no return. I mean, that's her house. He doesn't live there, does he?
We live together. We're married.
Your Honor, if the court is inclined to order no contact, if we are able to reset it for the afternoon to see if there's an opportunity for him to respond based on our anticipation of the victims.
I don't know what else to do. I think I can't really do it. I tell people this all the time. And just because I know the person doesn't mean that in fact, it probably should mean I should be more careful. So I think that's probably our best bet. Just push it off until 1:30, and then hopefully he can either get someone here to represent his interest, or he can send an email that I can then forward to the state, and then the state can review that, and if they want to talk to him, they can. I mean, I guess he could phone in too, but.
And you bond out before we hear from him. I just want you to know that Your Honor, if we can reset it.
Okay. All right, we'll just pass to the afternoon session.
Okay. Okay, because if you get a bond now and no contact, you'll have to go adjust it, which is a longer process.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your help.
Yeah.
I want to do that. I want to
Okay,
wait.
so let's hope we hear back from him before the afternoon, okay? All right, we'll see you in the afternoon. Miss George might be here instead of me, but I'll let her know, okay? Good luck, you're gonna go that way. And thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. And it does appear that my office indicates that he is going to send an email, so we'll see what happens with that.
Thank you.
All right. Eric Ravello.
Behavior.
All right. Appoint a public defender to represent him. I do find sufficient probable cause. Actually, I knew that was going to happen. I wrote that down. Predict he's not going to be here because of behavior. All right, as to the battery and law enforcement officer, again, appointed public defender, stay bond amount $2,500. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol, and no contact. As to the felony case, or this other felony case, ag battery and the battery with domestic violence, Do you find sufficient probable cause? Count one. Up on the amount of $1,500. Count two, $500. He's not to return to 4049 South Orange Blossom Trail, number 169. He's not to have any contact with Mark Ravello. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. And he can go back one time to pick up any items if he has any. It wasn't clear if you had, I mean, it's his dad, so. Yes, and appoint a public defender, defense waive.
Just, so one-time return with law
Yeah,
enforcement?
one time with law enforcement.
And then appoint PD.
All
Thank
right.
you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Angela Lopez Morales.
Your Honor, we did qualify Ms. Morales for pretrial release.
All right, Ms. Lopez Morales, you were arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient
There-
probable cause. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
You need to speak up a little bit. Your name?
Ayla Estep?
All right, and you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
And you are, I think, the defendant's cousin, is that right? Okay. Tell me what it is that you want to tell me.
So she had sent I wouldn't say disrespectful, but, you know, we kind of took it as a disrespectful way of when she said it. So she sent a post talking about something about buying cheap detergent and stuff like that. So, you know, my family doesn't play about nothing like that. So my sister took it the wrong way. I didn't say anything in the group chat. She assumed it was me. I didn't say anything. I guess she doesn't have anybody's, you know, number saved, so I didn't say anything. I respectfully sent her a message saying, you know, I didn't say anything. Please get my name out of your mouth. She pulled up to the house, non-invited, basically trespassing. My mom telling her respectfully to leave. She didn't leave. She's arguing with everybody. My dog runs downstairs. I go to get my dog. She goes to almost kick the dog. She said to the dog, "Oh, you better run, you little pussy." I didn't like that, so I told her, "Don't say that." She got on my face. You know, she started saying, "Oh, like, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?" I said, "I'm not scared of you. What are you gonna do?" And then she had walked away. She came back in my face. She spit in my face, and then it
And that's
just
what
went
happened.
from there, yeah.
So are you scared of her?
No, not at all.
Do you want to have no contact with her, or?
Contact at all.
Okay, you just rather not see her. Okay, you can do that. And address, the Kirkman Road address, that's where you and your mom and your sister lives. That's not where she lives.
No.
And she doesn't have anything there, so there'd be no reason for her to go there?
Nope.
Okay. All right. Thank you for just a second. Ms. Lopez Morales, you do qualify for pretrial release, so you could be released without a bond, okay? If you want that, but there are conditions. You're gonna have to report into your officer. They'll drug test you, I expect, and there's some other stuff. Would you rather have that, or would you rather just have a cash bond?
A cash bond, please.
You all right, a set bond amount of five, excuse me?
I have a 3-month-old baby taking care of and a 4-year-old.
Okay.
I live alone by my babies and my kids.
Well, someone hopefully is taking care of your baby right now.
It's the neighbor, but she's not willing to take care of them along.
All right, well, I'll set bond, if you want a cash bond, I'll set an amount of $500. You're not to have any contact with Kayla Estep, no contact with your cousin, no contact with her sister, no contact with your aunt, okay? Nothing
The
right now.
sister?
Her sister,
Oh, okay.
yeah, your other cousin. And then also, you're not to return to 5300 South Kirkman Road, can't go back to their house.
It's
At all.
5789 Peregrine.
5789, okay,
Peregrine Avenue.
5789 Kirkman, you can't go back to their house.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay? Not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And as I said, I appointed a public defender to represent you. All right, thank you, ma'am. She can't contact you at all. That includes texting. So if there's a text that goes to you, then that's a violation of her bond, and she'll be back in jail.
Okay.
Okay? All right, thank you. John Tosh. All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the Salerno Court address?
Yes, sir.
And does Hannah live there?
Yes, sir.
All right, do you have another place to go?
I can go to my grandparents.
Okay.
Is it possible I could go and grab stuff from there?
Yep, I'll let you go back one time with law enforcement, no problem. All right, I'll set bond in the amount of $500. You're not to have any contact with Hannah Devane, no contact whatsoever. You can return to your address at 1212 Salerno Court one time with law enforcement to pick up any personal items, clothes, toiletries, things like that you need to live every day. But other than that, you're not allowed to go back to that address or to keep a separate residence from Ms. Devane. You're not to possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. And as I said, I've appointed a public defender to represent you. All right, your name?
Patrick Taylor, sir.
All right, Mr. Taylor, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I've read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Need to speak up.
Yes.
All right, and your name is?
Shania French.
And you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
Are you here because you want to tell me you don't want to have contact with him, or that you do?
Well, we have a child together, so I don't want to take that from him.
Okay.
No.
So you don't want him to be living with you, though?
Well, we don't live together.
I gotcha. Okay, all right. So that Plymouth Avenue address, he doesn't live there?
No, he lives there.
Okay,
I moved out.
I see. So, and did this happen at that address or at a different address?
It happened at Plymouth Avenue, yeah.
Okay. So you were there to deal with your child?
Well, he had our son because our son wasn't feeling well. So after I got off work, I went there to go pick him up and
then whatever happened, happened. All right, well, let me ask you, do you want to have no contact with him? Or I can order no hostile contact, meaning he can't yell at you, can't do any of this kind of stuff, can't throw anything, that kind of thing?
yeah, like I said, he's a good person. He's a really good person.
Okay.
So this is the first time that something like that has went that far. Like I said, I don't want to take his child from him. I want us to be able to be cordial,
Okay.
I don't want anything like that to happen.
All right. See that? See, she actually came here to jail this morning to make that happen. I hope that you're upset because you're sad that you're here and this is happening, and you can see that she's said good things about you even though you ended up in jail. All right, this is what I'll do. I'm gonna allow him to have contact with you, but it's no hostile contacts. We can't yell at you, can't do any of this kind of foolishness, okay? Nothing like that, okay? So he can talk to you about your child and you guys can interact to, exchange the child. I assume that one of you brings the child to his house or he brings it to your house, that kind of thing. That's fine, but he can't get hostile at all in any way, okay? Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
All righty. I'll set bond amount of $500. As I said, no hostile contact with Shariah French. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Okay? All right, Mr. Taylor. Good luck. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
And that's it for the victims. Come on up, ma'am. Isabel Villanueva? No? All right. I'll appoint a public defender to represent her.
I qualified Miss Villanueva. I spoke with her this morning in Saybrook, and I explained to her about the pretrial. And she, if you do.
All right, what I'll do is I'll set bond the amount of $500 or PTR if she wishes that. No contact with Jose Ortiz, no return, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol.
And appoint the public defender, Your Honor?
Yes, and one time with one-time return with law enforcement. All right. Hallie Wallace.
Yes. What is this for?
Okay, Ms. Wallace, you're here for two things. First of all, there's a new charge of trespass.
I have a no contact order that needs to be signed, so I don't know if it's the same.
Right, and I did review the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause on that trespass at the hotel. Bond on that's $250. I will appoint a public defender to represent you and order that you not return to the Crown Plaza Hotel if you do bond out. And then you're also here for a violation of your pretrial release. And you already have a public defender on that case.
So is the judge gonna sign that one? I already have a copy though.
The bond on that is $2,000 for violating your conditions. But as I said, the public defender's already been appointed, so you need they'll be handling both of your cases now. Okay? Thank you.
Necessary, because it's a violation of PR and, okay. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. 250 and 2,000?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so these are your bonds on your cases, 250, 2,000. You're here for that violation of pretrial release and the new trespass.
So that was counted as trespassing?
That's at least, you have to talk to your attorney.
Okay, because he technically didn't.
And you have to have an attorney about it, but that's how payment. They arrested you as a trespass, and then they have that violation of pretrial release. Well, you'll have to talk. You need to talk to them, because right now that case is, and that's how your pretrial release got revoked on that one, okay? You have to own your trespass. You'll have to talk to your attorney in more detail.
All right, James Cillian. You're here on an out-of-county warrant, and the bond on that is $500. So if you can't make the bond, though, the county will be made aware of that, and they can come get you. Otherwise, you can bond out. And if you do bond out, make sure you contact the clerk's office at whatever county it was within 48 hours. Okay?
$500 bond, or Seminole County will come pick you up in about 48 hours, okay? Good luck.
Colin Clenan.
Mental health, Your Honor.
All right, he's on a fugitive warrant. There's no bond on that. Anton Fernandez?
Anton Fernandez, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Fernandez, you're here on a out-of-county warrant, and there is no bond on that. Lake County will be made aware of that, and they'll come and get you. Okay?
Right. Yes, sir.
Good luck with everything.
Edwin Lopez Rivera?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Lopez Rivera, you're here. You're arrested on an out-of-county warrant. There is no bond on that. They will be made aware of the fact that you're here, and then they will come and get you. Okay? Thank you.
Say good luck in Osceola.
Scott Taylor?
We have Russell, clerk.
Russell.
I don't,
There, Russell.
Your Honor, I don't believe I have that on my docket.
Do you have Russell? I don't have a Russell. Bonded. So we have a Lloyd, but we don't have a Russell. I don't have a Russell either. I'm gonna check. Okay. We don't have a Russell. What do you have? What do you have?
Oh, he bonded on that out-of-county warrant.
Russell did?
Yes, the bond.
Okay, all right.
He just has a hold for that GPS for Seminole County.
All right, we figured it out.
He's just waiting to be transferred.
Yeah. Yeah, he already bonded on them. Scott Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, you're here arrested on an out-of-county warrant. The bond on that is $500. If you're able to make that bond, you bond out. Make sure you contact the clerk's office within 48 hours. In the county, if you do not bond out, we'll let them know and they'll come and get you. Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck with everything.
your name, sir?
Danny Telford?
I'm Mr. Telford, you're here on a fugitive from justice warrant, and there is no bond on that. Let me see, I can tell you where it's from. Where was that from? This is the one I couldn't tell. Yeah, I don't know where it's from. The one I saw said like Orange Volusia. It's like, what? Volusia wouldn't be considered a fugitive. It said, is that the one that says Christian County? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Okay, so it's from Kentucky. All right, so what'll happen is the fugitive warrant people will come and speak to you here, our fugitive warrant team, and if you want to waive, then you go ahead and sign the paperwork, and then we'll send you off. Okay? All righty, good luck.
Your Honor, we're just here for the fugitive warrant, not for the, okay, I just want to make sure
Yep.
that's been addressed.
That's right. Carolyn Welch?
Yes, Carolyn Welch.
All right, Ms. Welch, you're here because you're arrested on, looks like 3 warrants from out of county. 2 of them have a bond of, 2 counts have $5,000 each and $1,000 on the third count. And if you're able to bond out, then you need to report to that clerk within 48 hours in that county. If you can't, then we'll make them aware of that and they'll come in and they'll transport you.
Yes, sir.
Okay? All right, good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Kia Gibson?
Yes, sir.
You, Ms. Gibson? All right, Ms. Gibson, you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant. There is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that violation of probation.
Good luck with everything. You'll have to talk to your parent about it in more detail.
Dontavius Goodman? Mr. Goodman?
Yes, sir.
You're here on a violation of community control warrant. There is no bond on that, but I will appoint a public defender to represent you. All right, now this guy's got a couple. Clarence Oliver.
Is there any court dates on that last one yet or not yet? On Mr. Goodman?
Goodman. In jail arraignment, April 24th,
So that's in jail.
so next week.
Judge, and then the next will be the one in front of your actual judge, okay? Good luck.
And then he'll get his VOCC date.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Oliver, how are you this morning? All right, you're here for a couple of things. First of all, on 2 violations of probation. Those are both no bond. And then you also have a couple of new cases. 1 trespass in a structure. And I have reviewed the charging affidavit on that, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. The bond on that case is $500, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to return to the scene. You're not to possess any guns or drugs or weapons or alcohol. And then the other case is a possession of drug paraphernalia, and I reviewed the charging affidavit on that, and that's a bond of $100, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that case. Okay? Thank you. And also on the VOPs, if I didn't say that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Herman Seller? Mr. Seller, you're here because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant, and there is no bond on that, but I will appoint a public defender to represent you.
Here you go. Good luck with everything.
Mr. Sloan, Darrell Sloan? Mr. Sloan, you're here, you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant. The bond on that is $5,000. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. So you're all set.
Take this with you.
All right, 33-day motions. State of Florida versus Cornell Bushasta Marraine, 2023 CF 2932AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Malcolm Xavier Cooper, 2023 CF 3257AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Jackson LaQuentin Antonio, 2023 CF 3567AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Jeffrey Dean Fuller, 2023 CF 3455AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Joshua Latren Thomas, 2023 CF 3514AO.
Denied, information was filed.
Todrick Leonard Adams, 2023 CF 3451AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus David William Taylor, 2023 CF 3347AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
State of Florida versus Carlos Michael Coppin, 2023 CF 3300AO.
Granted, notice of non-filing. Do you have one for private counsel? Defendant's name is Tavian Givens, 23 CF 3418.
I don't have that.
Okay, I'll leave this.
Oh, you do? She doesn't have it. I don't have it. You have it? Tavian Givens?
Tavian Givens. It was an add-on. I think it's private counsel.
The name sounds familiar.
It was sent out by the JA. Anyway, what time are we returning, Your Honor?
You know, the week of, let me turn on. 23 CF 3418 and 3459.
3459. One moment. 3418 is granted. Notice of non-filing. I didn't see the 3459.
Putting that in two separate orders anyways. Seems like to me. See, I mean, how hard is that? We had one like this yesterday too, and the same thing.
Granted, notice of non-filing.
On both, okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
So we saved some paper. All right. No, I was gonna. Samuel Barbote Cabeza. Noon. They're at lunch.
Hello, Cisco Unity connection message.
That I'm here today.
I think even in the affidavit, he writes his battery.
Good afternoon. This is Dalia Romero, Spanish interpreter on the line, not sworn in yet, Your Honor.
All righty.
Yes, I do, Dalia Romero, state certified Spanish interpreter.
Coming up right now.
And I am connected to the headsets, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Your name, sir?
Samuel Barbot Cavazza.
Samuel Barbot Cavazza.
Sir, you're here today because you arrested on probable cause warrant for the charge of engaging or participating in a racketeering operation and unlawful use of a two-way communication device. Bond is set amount of $500,000 on the racketeering and $1,500 on the communication device. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. That was 2022 CF 13225 JO.
Were there any conditions on the warrant? It's a statewide, and generally there's a few.
Let me check.
I'm trying to pull it up.
Anything that was there would be on there. It was a consolidation and all there was a capias. So
It's fine, Your Honor. Usually
Okay.
there's a few on
Yeah.
a statewide case, but
all right. Your name, sir?
Laire Minoso Herrera. Laire Minoso Herrera.
Laire Minoso Herrera.
All right, sir, you're here today because you failed to appear in court. Warrant was issued for you, and there is no bond on that. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. You didn't have one already. (2022) CF 4166 AO.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your name, sir?
Noel Luis Rodriguez.
Noel Luis Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're here today because you were arrested for failing to appear on your burglary charge. There was no bond on that in that case. And you also failed to appear in, and that's actually the same one. There was no bond, and I believe you already have a public defender in that case.
Okay.
Okay.
Alrighty, and that was 2021 CF 5896 AO.
Thank you.
Your name, sir?
Diego Starling Tavares Flores. Diego Starling Tavares Flores.
Diego Starling Tavares Flores.
All right, you're here because you failed to appear on a number of cases. First off, in 2022 MM 8677 AO, you failed to appear. There's a bond of $500 on that one.
Madam Interpreter, could you please advise the client not to speak about the failure to appear? I'm gonna let the attorney know so they can file a motion to set bond on the one failure to appear. He does not have a bond.
In 2023 MM 731 AO, there is a $500 bond on that one.
Sí, porque en esos cargos fue que yo estaba bajo un medicamento que mi psiquiatra, que me da mi psiquiatra, y entonces llegaron muy pronto los cuatro días de fecha de ir a la corte.
For those charges, I was under medication prescribed to me by the psychiatrist, and those court dates came fairly too soon, like within 4 days.
All right, in 2023 CF 1160 AO, you failed to appear on a possession of cocaine, and there is no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender for any cases that you did not already have a public defender. In 2023 CF 1160 AO, you also failed to appear. So in the three cases where that are misdemeanors, it's $500 bonds, I believe, and no bond on the last one. Did you get all those? Yeah, go ahead. Did you get all the cases?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
And I think that's it for the Spanish, is that right?
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great afternoon.
You, bye-bye. Your name, ma'am?
Nastasia Agata Matthews.
All right, Ms. Matthews, you're here today because you were arrested for several charges.
Your Honor, I believe the third charge should just be a battery.
I didn't know where that came from.
I believe it was a scrivener's error from the
Yeah.
officer. So say we just ask that you find PC for battery, 784.03,
Just simple battery? Okay.
sub 7.
All right, so that should be 784.03. So I'll step on the amount of $2,500 for the aggravated assault, criminal mischief $150, and $100 on the battery. If you do bond out, you are not to have any contact with Mr. Here. Hang on just a second. Get his first name. With Devin Hernandez, no contact with Devin Hernandez, no contact with Janahir Zerpa. You're not to return to the AT&T store at 2305 Edgewater Drive or any AT&T store. Appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to use, possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol unless it's prescribed for you. All right, thank you. Your name, sir? Your name, sir?
Mark Scholler.
Mr. Scholler, you're here today because you were arrested for the charge of second-degree murder. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient, and I will, there is no bond on that. And you are also out on release for failing to report as a sex offender on a bond on that. I'm going to revoke that bond. There'll be no bond on that. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on the new case and also on the old case if you don't already have one. All right, your name, sir?
Demetrius King.
Hi, Mr. King, you're here today because you were arrested for a charge of felony murder in the first degree. I have, that was based on a warrant affidavit. There is no bond on that. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
All right, thank you, sir.
Your Honor, we ask for no weapons and no contact with
All right,
witness or
if he does get out, no weapons, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with any witnesses. I assume that all these other cases we've already dealt with, or?
Yes.
Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Chastity McConnell.
All right, ma'am, you're here because you're arrested for several charges. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and I do find there's sufficient probable cause. As for exploitation of a elderly person over 65, I take a little offense with the referring to someone as elderly just because they're over 65. I'm not there yet, but it's right around the corner. I step on the amount of $5,000, burglary of occupied dwelling, $5,000, robbery, $5,000, and grand theft of a dwelling, $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to have contact with where is it?
Ruth Corbin.
Yes, and her husband, Ruth Gordon and Mr. Gordon. You're not to return to their home. You're not to go to the Fairways Credit Union either. Not to go there. And as I said, I appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir?
Ray Combs.
All right, Mr. Combs, you're here today because for in-jail arraignment on your violation of probation charge. All right, we'll accept, with that denial, we'll set your case for a VOP status in Division 62.
It's gonna be June 1st at 8:30 in Department 12C.
June 1st. And the PD has been appointed, so you already have a lawyer in that case. Come forward. Gary Kendall? Mr. Kendall, you're here for arraignment on your petty theft of more than $100.
And state did commit an offer to Mr. Kendall of an adjudication of guilt, credit for time served, no return to the Home Depot at 4403 Millennia Plaza Way, and cost of investigation to OPD in the amount of $84.16.
And he would like to accept and enter plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All righty. Mr. Kendall, you're going to enter a plea of no contest into the charge of petty theft, is that right? You do understand that petty theft does enhance, so as you get more convictions for that, it can become a felony at some point. All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol? Are you, have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
I just have Parkinson's.
All right, you understand what's going on here, though? You read over your plea form, understood the rights, and signed it on the bottom. Do you have any questions about any of the rights on this form that you signed, that I have in my hand here? Mr. Kendall, any questions about the rights on the form?
No.
Okay. You understand this is punishable by up to a year in the county jail, up to $1,000 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen? All right. I will accept your plea. I will judge you guilty of the charge of petty theft over $100. You'll be sentenced to 6 days in the Orange County Jail with 6 days credit for time served. I'll impose court costs and a $50 cost of prosecution, a cost of investigation of $84.16 to OPD.
Did you give him a year from date of release?
Yeah. You'll have a year from today, from the date of your release on this charge to pay this off. You can pay a little at a time or all at once. And finally, I'll order that you not return to the Home Depot store at 4403 Millennia Boulevard. If you do go back there within the next year, and the court's made aware of that, you are subject to a contempt citation, which could result in up to a 180-day Orange County jail sentence.
It is only that store, right?
Well, Home Depot doesn't want you in any store. All right, I can only order you for the one, but I think that you probably have been trespassed from all Home Depots. You're right. This is being, well, I could go steal from another one. Your name, sir?
Demetrius Odom.
All right, Mr. Odom, you're here today for in-jail arraignment on your VOP charge. So we're gonna, with your denial, we're gonna go ahead and set this for a VOP status in Division 81.
It'll be May 12th at 9 o'clock in Courtroom 6B.
All right. Juan Pabon.
No, you're, which case?
Hippolyte and Georges.
All right. You are Juan Pabon?
Yes, I am.
All right, sir, you're here today for arraignment on your resisting an officer without violence charge?
Yes.
And state did commit an offer of an adjudication and credit.
And we're gonna enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
84.
Oh, okay, Division 84,
It's always mine.
May 11th at 8:45 in Courtroom 4B.
We have 5 cases, 4 plea, 1 doesn't. It's Division 84.
Thank
I mean, what's going on here? I'm serious. There's a lot of things that are happening this week that are starting to make me think that I'm being punked. Where are the cameras? Who's next? What's his name? Okay.
Has other. Okay, I'm gonna move. Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Let's see it. Gideon? Is it G-I? Oh, there you go. G-E-D. Got it. Jordan Gideon? All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of fleeing attempt.
This is MacArthur Georges.
Oh. All right. It's right there, though. It's right before it. There we go. All right. MacArthur Georges, is that correct?
Sir.
All right. You're arrested on a charge of attempted first-degree murder and discharging a firearm in public. Counsel, do you want to be heard?
Gary Israel appearing solely for purposes of first appearance, and I'll explain in a moment why. In reference to Mr. Georges, if you look at the affidavit for the warrant, Mr. Georges is alleged to have been in the back seat of a car. I don't know specifically he's alleged to have fired a weapon or was observed firing a weapon. He is asking the court to release him on house arrest. I would advise the court that one of the defendants, Mr. Exume, who I represent already, was released on $20,000 bond on the attempted murder charge.
Dave?
Your Honor, the count 1 is a first-degree felony that is punishable by life. State is requesting that it stay at no bond pending an Arthur hearing when the alleged victim and other people can be heard. It is a PC warrant. Probable cause has already been found. And state would just argue under principal theory. Mr. Georges, as counsel stated, was in the vehicle. The state would just ask that we state at no bond given that it is a PBL. So the other victims and witnesses do have a chance to be heard downtown regarding bond. In regards to counsel's argument or wish for house arrest, I don't believe that's something we do at IA or have the ability to do at IA. So state would just ask that you stay at no bond and set a reasonable bond on count 2 as he is otherwise entitled to it.
Just to point it to the court, page 3, the first full paragraph is where I am relating about Mr. Georges being in the back seat. He is also employed and lives locally and has no prior convictions.
Your Honor, he is also
Yeah,
out on a-
but doesn't it say they all 4 jumped out and then shot and then fired at him?
Yes, I
So
believe.
it doesn't matter where they were in the car before that. Earlier in it, it says, because even though PC's already been found, I do read them. And it was that he said that when he was there, the car came up, it sat there for a second, he continued to talk on the phone. At some point then, I think the high beams came on, 4 individuals jumped out and opened fire.
Your Honor, he also is out on bond for carrying a concealed firearm.
No,
So
he's
I would
not.
argue-
That's incorrect information. That case was dismissed.
And then it says that he's identified. So I'm gonna keep it as no bond on count 1. Discharging firearm in public, $5,000. No, do not possess any guns, weapons, or alcohol. Yeah, what's happening?
No, out on bond is still open. It's set for arraignment in Judge Brownlee's courtroom on May 3rd. He was referred to pretrial diversion and rejected.
No, he completed pretrial diversion. That case is over.
That's incorrect.
I represented him on it. That's how I know.
Well, but I mean,
You've made your ruling. It doesn't really matter.
well, no, yeah, but on that case, I have to do something on that too. Let me see. Let me go real quick. What's the case number 20?
All I had to do was make a payment, right? But I was on my way to make a payment, and then they arrested me
He was rejected from pretrial diversion March 30th.
pretrial diversion program.
1438. Hang on.
Due to not failing to complete special conditions.
Yeah,
It looks
then,
like the
yeah.
30th of March, they rejected.
Then they put him back on, it looks April 12th. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Judge, that's 2022, he was on then they rejected him.
Looks like the contract was from July the 4th.
As far as I know, he was on pretrial diversion. The only thing that was left was for him to pay some money, and that is when he was picked up on this case. He was actually at the ATM to get the money for that. He informs me that the case was dismissed.
Well, It doesn't look, I mean, it wasn't because pretrial diversion rejection, I could see what you're saying if that was not in there, but there is actually is a letter, because then it could just be that he completed it and they were dismissing it and it sort of crossed in the way.
I
But for some reason on the 30th, they filed a rejection saying that there was a failure to complete. I don't know.
Attorney on that case, I'm telling you, I did not receive any notification. If, not saying it didn't happen, I'm just saying it wasn't sent to his counsel.
Well, it does say that, I mean, you're just on the CC. Should have got to you by now. Because actually, yeah, it was March 30th. I would expect that you would have seen it.
Yep.
But it got reset for arraignment for May. So I revoked that bond. There'll be no bond on that, and you can talk to Judge Brownlee. She'll see. She'll be the one to deal with that one. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And the next one is Michael Hippolyte. He's
Okay.
Same charges, same incident.
All right. There it is, Hippolyte, HYPP.
I'm just saying, that's what the allegation.
All right, you are Mr. Hippolyte, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're here today because you rest on a charge of attempted felony murder and discharging firearm in public. I have reviewed the probable cause affidavit that was filed previously by another judge. There is no bond on count one, bond of $5,000 on count two. And if you do, if it changes the conditions that would be on it, with you, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol.
Okay.
And no contact with any of the co-defendants or witnesses.
Okay.
All righty?
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. What they actually had went on that one on the second. Your name, ma'am?
Bette Cicely. Bette Cicely.
All right, ma'am. You are here today because you were arrested for the charge of contempt of court, violating an injunction against stalking. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. Come on. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
The state didn't convey an offer at this time.
Okay. What was the offer?
State did not.
Oh, it did not. Okay. I was gonna go, well, okay. I'll set bond the amount of $2,500. No contact with Nestle Phileas. No return to 7200 South Orange Blossom Trail. And if you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. And a public defender will be appointed. Your name, sir?
Harold Neely?
All right, Mr. Neely, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of trespass.
Yes.
And,
I do find sufficient probable cause.
and state did convey an offer to Mr. Neely of an adjudication, credit for time served, and no return to 605 Lake Dot Circle.
Your Honor, we're gonna ask for an ROR. Although he has an arrest, he has no convictions on his history. So we would ask for an ROR. He has a telephone, a way to keep in contact with the attorney.
State has no objection.
Okay. All right, I'll set bond the amount of ROR, 0. You are not to return, though, to that address if you do bond out, all right? No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. And appoint a public defender. Yeah, yeah. Your name, sir?
William Power.
All right, Mr. Power, you're here today because you rest on a charge of trespass. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
And state did command offered Mr. Power of an adjudication of guilt, 4 days OCJ with credit for 2, and no return to 5300 South John Young Parkway, which is the CVS.
You would like to accept and enter plea of no contest.
All right. Is that right, Mr. Power? You're going to enter plea of no contest?
Except the 4-day plea, Your Honor, yes.
All right. Are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No,
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
no,
You understood your rights on here and signed it? Do you have any
Yes, I do.
questions for anything for me?
I don't.
You understand this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and that the entry of your plea could result in deportation if you're not a citizen.
Yes, I do.
All right, accept your plea. I'll judge you guilty. You're sentenced to 4 days in the Orange County Jail with 2 days credit for time served. Impose court costs, and you'll have 12 months from your release to pay that off, and a $50 cost of prosecution.
Thank you.
And you're not to return to the CVS at 1500 South John Young Parkway.
Yes, sir.
All righty, you're all set.
Thank you. God bless.
No action on the battery. Your name, ma'am?
I think we're missing.
Mariah Herzog?
What happened to Nevelyn Rangolan? All right.
Mental waive, Your Honor, I just asked that he may be screened for mental health pretrial release.
Okay.
Or
Point PD,
bond.
oh, point the public defender, $100 bond, or mental health PTR if he qualifies. No return, no drugs, no alcohol, no guns, no weapons. All right, Ms. Herzog. Ms. Herzog, you're here today because you failed to appear on your case, your prostitution case. It's, and the bond is set at $2,500. Do you already have an attorney?
I thought it was 2,000, no?
She does have private counsel. He filed a notice, notice to withdraw. However, in that withdrawal, it states that the firm is still representing her. I believe the alleged attorney left the firm. So I do believe she still has private counsel.
Yeah, I guess I signed that.
Your Honor, I believe it's 2,000.
That's what I have as well. I
You
have
have
2,000.
Oh. You said 25, I think it's.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, it is. Okay, 2,000. That would, and if it was my case, that would make sense. That's what I usually do. Point of public defender, is there a possible of a plea there?
There's no plea.
There's
No, there's no offer. All right. Stay the bond, no return. Point of public defender.
Your Honor, he's also on a bond on 2 cases of felony.
Are those filed on?
1 second.
Yeah, they probably are.
I would assume.
They're old.
On the 2022 MM 7302AO, it was showing pretrial diversion.
On the felony possession, it is filed. On the 7302. She was accepted into the prostitution diversion program. However, on the 3rd of this month, she did not attend, so she was taken out.
So it's probably coming back at some point.
Yes.
All right, on the possession of fentanyl, then I will revoke the ROR and set a new bond of 2,000 on that one. And then I'll just leave the PTD one and let them deal with it.
So no action on the MM case, Your Honor.
Yeah, no action, because she's gonna get rejected and sent back. All right. Frank Creel?
Yes, sir.
And I have PC issues with this, Your Honor.
All right, you were here today because you were arrested on a charge of open container. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's
Your Honor, I have probable cause challenge.
All right.
Based on the affidavit, it's a blanket statement. The officer does not state what type of alcoholic beverage it was. It just
Or even
repeats
that it was open.
that it was open, yeah, it just repeats the statute.
State has no argument. It doesn't state it was an alcoholic beverage, doesn't state that it was open, doesn't state that he was drinking it, nothing. So state would just ask for an ROR for Mr. Creel.
I'll ROR him. Gonna release you. I'm gonna appoint a public defender. Don't possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons while you're out there, okay? And keep in contact with the public defender's office. Felicia Bailey. No, just the next one I have in my sheets, that's all. Who's this?
The inmate number is 23009862.
So,
Is that her there, Felicia Bailey?
robbery with a firearm.
What happened to Smith?
Who's that? Who is that?
She's on the list.
Yeah. Who is this?
Oh, that's not the person? What happened to the traffic person?
Felicia Bailey.
This is the traffic. Smith,
No, we
right
got
here.
traffic.
Okay, but who's this?
This is Smith.
I don't have it.
I don't have a Smith.
I don't have it.
Okay, that's the traffic.
Wait,
I don't, what's his booking number?
Smith.
So I don't have it.
Damon Smith.
Ron Smith.
Okay. Got it. All right. Mr. Smith, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of driving while license suspended.
She's saying it might be a felony.
I don't,
Yeah, he's felony.
I don't.
Bonds $500.
He's on.
Oh, yeah, he has a felony case as well. So he's being seen in felony.
Innocent felony.
That's been filed on. Oh, it's BTD. I'll take no action on that. Just 500 on the driving while suspended. You
Yours?
do bond out, you're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license and appoint a public defender.
Your Honor, he also has
Yes,
a felony
two.
case.
He has a felony.
Yeah, that's the possession?
No, he has a new law felony case.
Oh,
So this was in the felony section. That's why no one has it. 23 CF 5045.
all right, Damon Smith. Okay, found him.
Case number 23 CF 5045 AO.
Okay.
Let me pull it for you.
Okay.
So,
I guess I could look it up.
I can pull it right here, Judge. I have it.
It's not even gonna be here?
This wasn't mine, though.
Yeah, you were the driver, right?
I just like flipped a couple of them. You know, it was close. It was within 1,000. All right, so you're also arrested for a charge of carrying concealed firearm, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of drug paraphernalia. Just a sec.
Wasn't mine.
It doesn't say if I don't know where the paraphernalia is. Because it doesn't say if it was in a baggie, it just says they found a powder substance. If it was just in his pocket, there wouldn't be. I mean, I'm sure there probably was something, but it doesn't indicate.
He has no objection to an ROR on the paraphernalia.
All right. Okay, so as to the carry and conceal firearm, that's $5,000, $150 on the possession of or ecstasy, and then ROR on the drug paraphernalia. Point of public defender to represent him.
Is it still no action on the out on?
Yeah, I'll just take no action on that. Take it and run. Alicia Bailey. All right, Ms. Bailey, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of robbery with a firearm. There is no bond on that. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. And if you do get a bond, the condition would be no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
Your Honor, would also ask for no contact with.
And no return and no contact. Traffic case, you had a traffic case? No, don't have that. It's not there, I don't see it here. All right, your name, sir?
Jordan Bailey.
Mr. Bailey, you are here because you're arrested for failing to appear. There is no bond on that. Your name, sir?
Evan Barrow.
Mr. Barrow, you're here because you're arrested for possession of a controlled substance. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. You find sufficient probable cause. Bond set amount of $1,000. No, if you're not to possess any drugs, alcohol, guns, or weapons, and I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir? Okay, hold on. What was the last name?
Vinogrado. Sorry, Vinogrado.
Oh, okay, it's backwards. And it's Borislav? Okay. You're here because you're arrested on the 2 charges, possession of cocaine, possession of Xanax. Say those bonds, possession of cocaine, $1,000 bond, $100 bond, and then possession of Xanax. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Your name, sir? All right, Mr. Brown, you're here today because you were arrested for a charge of attempted first-degree murder with a firearm and discharging a firearm in public. I have read the probable cause affidavit for the warrant. I do agree with the judge in that case. The bond on the attempted first-degree murder there is no bond on that, and it's a $5,000 bond on the discharging a firearm in public. You're currently out on a fleeing attempting to elude bond. I'm going to revoke that, and there'll be no bond on that.
Your Honor, would ask for no contact with the victim.
No contact with the alleged victims, no return, and no contact with the co-defendants, and appoint a public defender. This is the guy, Jordan Geedy, is that right?
Gideon.
You're here because you're arrested on a charge of reckless driving, driving while suspended, and fleeing attempting to elude. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. As to the fleeing attempting to elude, set bond amount of $1,000. Reckless driving would be $500, and the driving while suspended would be $500. Appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida driver's license. Do not possess or use a gun, a weapon, drugs, or alcohol.
Your Honor, on the Brown case that we just passed before this last one.
Antonio Brown, yeah.
You appointed us on the out on bond, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is this Mr. Giles? Mr. Giles? Excuse me? Yes, all right. You're here today because you're arrested on a charge of possession of a controlled substance, methamphetamine. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find sufficient probable cause to set bond amount of $1,000, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. Don't possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. If you do, bond out. Stay in touch with your lawyer. So, is this Stephen Gibson? Stefan, excuse me. I'm a Steven, so, you know,
Yeah, Stephen
it's
with the O.
natural, but yours is spelled with an O, so. it should
Even with
be
the O,
Stefan.
right.
All right, you're here because you were arrested on a charge of driving while license suspended. And improper tag, temp tag. I don't have a driver's record, okay. Hang on a second. Set bond amount of $500 on the driving while suspended, $100 on the tag. Appoint a public defender to represent you. What is this? No action on the felony.
Gonzalez Crespo is behavior, Your Honor.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right. Appoint a public defender.
And Your Honor, he is entitled to bond on both counts.
Set bond amount of, which one was this? I'm trying to remember. Oh, that's right. 15,000 on count one and 5,000 count two.
Say 15 or 50?
15. No contact with the alleged victim or the witnesses, excuse me. There was a bunch of people out there and no return. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Randy Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you're here because you're arrested on a charge of criminal mischief. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. And bond set amount of $2,500. I will appoint a public defender to represent you. You're not to have any contact with the alleged victim or to return to the scene.
Was he? Your Honor, I don't know why. Do we know why he didn't qualify for PTR?
Yeah, he did not want to answer any probing questions. He didn't give us any emergency contact. So he wasn't giving us any information. He didn't want to answer any of our questions, so we didn't do the PTR.
I just didn't want to talk to a lawyer.
I'm telling you, they're pulling you into the punk now.
Can he be screened for pretrial? He didn't want to speak to anyone without speaking to an attorney first, Your Honor. This is his first offense. He wasn't screened for pretrial release. He can't afford
He
it.
was screened. He didn't answer.
I mean, he didn't answer, but
You just didn't want to answer.
Yeah, he didn't want to answer.
he's willing to answer now that he's spoken with an attorney, if possible.
All right, I'll set 2,500 or PTR if he qualifies. But he's got to answer the questions. Andrew Henry.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Henry, you're here today because you're arrested on charges of grand theft, motor vehicle, and driving while license suspended. Up here.
We qualified Mr. Henry for pretrial release, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. You do qualify for pretrial release. Is that what you want?
Yes, sir. Yes,
All right, release you with pretrial conditions. You need to make sure you follow all the things that they ask you to do. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
And Steve would just ask for no contact with the victim.
Yeah, no contact with the alleged victim.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. Torellis Jacobs.
Yes, sir.
You're here today because you're arrested on 3 charges. Possession of cannabis with intent, possession of cannabis more than 20 grams, and possession of drug paraphernalia. A bond set amount of $1,000 on count one, $100 on the other two counts. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. And you are to, not to possess any drugs or alcohol, guns or weapons if you do bond out.
Let me see.
Make sure you make contact with your attorney.
Your Honor, I would ask that you find PC for under 20. It was 16 grams. I believe. He said he weighed, and it was
Isn't
16.
it under?
Missed that. All together.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't add it up. Okay.
The 893.13, sub 6, sub B, for under 20.
And then just make that 100 then, on count two.
Your Honor, he's also out on bond.
Yeah, I'll take no action. You too. James Joseph, didn't we already do this guy?
Yes.
Mr. Joseph, you're here today for failing to appear on your tampering case. There is no bond on that, on those failures to appear. Thomas Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
Kennedy, you're arrested on a warrant for the charge of burglary of a unoccupied structure and criminal mischief. And the bond is $3,500 on the burglary, and it's $100 on the criminal mischief. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. If you do bond out, you're not to possess any guns or weapons, drugs or alcohol. You're not to return to the scene. You're not to have any contact with any witnesses or the victim. God, was it just have the one case?
I thought there was.
It is
A
another.
whole bunch on here. Hang on.
Yeah, it's 2023 CF 4968 AO.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Which one is it? We've got 4968, 48, 4969. And they're the same charges. $68 is a petty theft. Yeah, in 4968, it's burglary, structure, petty theft, and criminal mischief. So there's three charges in that, and it's 3,500 count one, 100, 100 on those two additional counts. And public defender again appointed on all. Note: do not return to the scene. Do not have any contact with any of the witnesses or the victim, as well on both. What's that? Yeah.
Defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right, set bond amount of $1,000, no drugs, no guns, no weapons, no alcohol, appoint a public defender to represent her. Richard No?
Yes, sir.
Mr. No, you're here today because you failed to appear in your possession case. And there is, come on, man, no bond on that. And if you don't have a lawyer, you already have a PD, so I don't need to appoint one. So there's no bond on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Xavier Oglesby. All right, you're here for two cases. First of all, in case number. All right. 2023 CT 2643AO, you have a no valid driver's license. Bond set an amount of $100 on that. And in 2023 CF 5059AO, be arrested for the charges of possession of cannabis with less than 20 grams, possession of cannabis with intent, and attempted destruction of evidence. And those bonds will be stayed as previously $1,000 on the possession, actually, the possession of,
Over.
there it is again.
This one is over.
This is probably the one that I was thinking about.
This one's
Yeah.
over and it's 39, so.
Okay, right. I knew there was one I got for you. So it's $1,000 on that first count, $1,000 on count two, and $100 on the last count. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol.
Sir.
On all of those. Melissa Reyes?
Yes, sir.
All right. Reyes, you're here because you were arrested on a charge of fleeing and attempting to elude. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause.
We did qualify Ms. Reyes for pretrial.
All right.
I feel like bond, Your Honor.
Okay. It's a $750 bond. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. No operation of a motor vehicle without a valid Florida license, no guns, no drugs, no alcohol, and no weapons. Okay?
Your Honor, Eldrick Smith refused.
Okay, let's see. All right, I'll appoint a public defender in all of Mr. Smith's cases, starting with 2023 2640AO, driving while suspended. Bond to be $500. Do not operate a motor vehicle without a valid Florida license. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. In,
Right, I'm sorry.
oh, that's, yeah, hold on.
Oh,
I
yeah.
clicked on the wrong one. I can't see today. 2023 CF. Come on. Computer's slow. Gonna crash. What's going on? Come on. Okay, here we go again. So, 2023 CF 4115AO. And we'll appoint a public defender first in all the cases. So that case, $5,000 count one, $250 count two. 2023 CF 4123AO. Probable cause found in that, point of public defender, same bonds, stay those bonds. 2023 CF 4707AO. grand theft third degree, probable cause found, $1,000 bond, appoint a public defender again, in all of those cases do not possess drugs, alcohol, guns or weapons, not return to the scene, and no contact with any witnesses or victims. And then finally, he's out on bond?
He's out on bond also for grand theft charges.
They have not been filed, Your Honor.
They haven't?
They have not been filed.
All right, they're not filed on, I won't take action on them. Four, 1, 2, 3. 200 on what, on count two? What did I say?
250. Is that for the 4123, Ms. Sand?
Yeah,
I have 5,250.
yeah. Well, it's 5,000, 2,500, but it's 5,000 and whatever, match it what I did on the other one.
And Your Honor, on the out on bonds, could you appoint us? He doesn't have an attorney.
Oh, okay, I'll appoint you on this, on the two out of bonds.
No action on both cases?
Yeah, no action, but except for I'll appoint a public defender. All right, Joseph Smith. Mr. Smith, you're here, you're arrested on a violation of probation from on an out-of-county warrant, and there's no bond, right? No, what is it? I don't have it. Is it like 566 or something weird like that? Okay. Yeah, so that's no bond on the violation out of, and then on the new case.
I didn't know if he bonded on
Yeah, I
that.
don't, did he bond? Oh, he did, it's already bonded.
Yeah.
I show a bond filed,
Joseph Smith?
yeah,
Yeah, he bonded on the cocaine.
okay.
He bonded on all the
Yeah, he
charges.
bonded on the possession. Okay, Roy Thomas. All right, Mr. Thomas, you're here today because you're arrested on two charges, possession of cocaine and possession of MDMA. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. I'll set bond of $1,000 on count one and $100 on count two. And appoint a public defender to represent you. If you bond out, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Okay. I will appoint a public defender for Kelvin Varnador. $1,000 and $1,000, count one, count two. And if he bonds out, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Antonio Williams. All right, Mr. Williams. Here, because you're arrested on a warrant for failing to appear on your case, and there's no bond on that. You do have a public defender on that case. Wendy Williams.
Okay.
All right, first of all, you're here because you're arrested on a CF case or felony for possession of MDMA. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. There is sufficient probable cause. Bond set at $1,000. I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Your Honor, she qualifies for pretrial.
Oh, she does. Did you want PTR?
Yes.
Ma'am, you do? All right, I'll release you with pretrial release conditions. Do not possess any guns, drugs, weapons, or alcohol. Keep in contact with your lawyer. And then in the second case, which is a city case, an open container, will release you also on pretrial release conditions. And same special conditions, and I'll appoint a public defender in that case as well. I'll probably get that one.
Right reviews.
It's a waive.
All right, appoint a public defender in the fleeing attempting to elude, bond of $1,000. Do not operate a motor vehicle on the streets and highways of Orange County, Florida without a valid license. No guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Count 2, $1,000. Same. I'm gonna be blind by the end of this week. I only have one more day. Judge Bigney will be here on Friday. Let's go to DC.
Crazy what happens when you have 26.
All right, good morning.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I have not been sworn in yet.
All righty, we'll take care of that right now.
Do you swear to translate from English to Spanish, Spanish to English, testimony is given?
I do regard the Morales Spanish interpreter.
Santiago Serrano. Defense wearing the headset.
Sí.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm there's connection.
All righty, your name, sir?
Edgardo Santiago Serrano.
Edgardo Santiago Serrano.
All right, sir, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated stalking. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. This one at the store.
Yes.
All right. Yeah. Okay. On here, I'll set bond the amount of $3,500. If you bond out, sir, you're not to return to the address of 3263 West Colonial Drive. That's the Dollar Tree store. You can't go back there at all, okay? You have no contact with Vanessa Rivas or Lael Freeman. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. If you bond out, you're not to possess any guns or weapons, drugs, or alcohol. Thank you, sir. That was 2023 CF 5026AO. Amanda D'Souza Castro. Your name?
Amanda de Souza Castro.
Amanda de Souza Castro.
Ma'am, you're here because you're arrested on a fugitive warrant out of New Jersey. Fugitive warrant folks will come and speak to you about what needs to happen on that. There is no bond on that.
She does have an ice hold.
Oh, in addition, there's a hold for ICE, so it's an immigration hold as well. So you have 2 holds. Thank you.
Não entendi.
And that was 2023 FW 116AO. Joe David Figueroa. Any bonds on this? All right, defense wearing the headset. Mr. Figueroa, you're here today because you rested on 3 out-of-county warrants. There are no bonds on those. We will make the counties aware of the fact that you're here, and they will arrange for you to be transported. Thank you. That was 2021. They're out-of-county case numbers. 102531. 3 counts. Joe David Figueroa. That's it for Spanish?
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
For you too. What about this one, Gonzalez? No? Rena Gonzalez? I'm hoping she's not. All right. Being held on out of county warrant, there's no bonds. Eamon Bogart. All right, your name, sir?
Cameron Bogart.
All right, Mr. Bogart, you're here today because you're arrested for 3 charges. First of all, obstructing justice, hindering communication with law enforcement, and a battery domestic violence. I've reviewed the charging affidavits, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause on those. All right, ma'am, raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Sir.
You have to speak up a little bit. It's hard to hear in here. What, your
Yes,
name
sir.
is?
Candace Bogart.
All right, and you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes, sir.
What do you want to tell me?
I want to say I feel comfortable around my husband. This was really out of character for him. He struggles with PTSD from being in the military. He was drinking. This has never happened before. We've been together 15 years. I'm not saying it's right. It was definitely wrong. But if I could recommend anything, maybe anger management issues. This has never been an issue before. Like I said, we've been together, married in 15 years.
All right, so if I order that there be no hostile contact, you would be okay with him coming home?
Oh, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Your Honor,
Let
may I
me
ask
take
one question?
Yep, sure.
Good morning, ma'am. Are you afraid of your husband?
No, no.
So if he were to come home, you would not be in fear for your safety or your daughter's safety?
Or my son. I have a special needs son. Yes,
For your
ma'am.
son? Okay, thank you. He does qualify for PTR.
All righty. As to the tampering, I've set bond amount of $500, the battery, $500. I'll allow you to return home, but you'd have no hostile contact with her. No hostile contact means you can't raise your voice, can't raise a fist, nothing, okay? No hostile contact, no drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol. So you can't possess any or use any alcohol or drugs unless it's been prescribed to you. In addition, you did also have possession of a controlled substance. I did read the charging affidavit. You find sufficient probable cause. Bond on that is $1,000.
Your Honor, we did qualify Mr. Bogart for straight PTR.
Yeah.
Oh.
He does qualify for pretrial release.
If I can interrupt, sir, the medication that was mine, that was in his bag. I don't know if it matters. I don't know if it matters.
It said that in the report, but the
Okay,
problem
okay.
is he's not supposed to have it if it's yours. Doesn't matter. He can go to pretrial release
Trial
or,
release, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
all right, we'll release him with pretrial release conditions. There won't be a monetary bond, but you do need to make sure you stay up with your pretrial release officer. And I will appoint a public defender on both cases. It's just the same ones. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Juwan Nance. Your name, sir?
Juwan Nance.
Mr. Nance, you're here today because you arrested on a charge of disorderly conduct. I reviewed the charging affidavit, I think, yesterday.
And state did convey an offer to Mr. Nance of an adjudication and credit.
And he would like to accept it under plea of no contest, Your Honor.
All right, so you're entering a plea of no contest to disorderly conduct, is that right, Mr. Nance? Yes?
Yes.
All right. Are you under the influence, thank you, of any drugs or alcohol today?
No, just tired.
Have you suffered from or been treated for any mental illness in the past?
No.
Understand what's happening here today? Yeah. All right, did you read over your plea form? You understood the rights? Do you have any questions about the rights on the form? Any questions about this form you just signed?
Yeah, my question is, I have a question. Although, I'm on holds, so when,
I'm asking about this form, just right here. We'll get to the rest of that.
yes,
Have any questions about the form?
I understand.
All right. You understand too, this is punishable by up to 60 days in jail, up to a $500 fine, and at the entry of your plea, could result in deportation if you're not a citizen. You understand?
Sir.
All right, I will judge you guilty. I'll sentence you the time you've served. You can post court costs. And I guess there's no filing reimbursement yet. And I'll give you 12 months to get that paid. All right? I'll take no action on the other cases since he's pled and we're getting rid of him.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All righty. John Roberts. That's from yesterday.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Roberts, you're back. Good morning. State.
And Your Honor, State was able to obtain an additional affidavit from the law enforcement officer. I have provided a copy to defense.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yep. Thank you. All right. Okay, with that additional information, I do find that there's sufficient probable cause on the charge of petty theft with priors. And what was the bond, 1,500, I guess?
It was 25, Your Honor.
All right, I'll stay the bond, put upon Fed to represent him, no return to the ABC Wine and Spirits at 10835 West Colonial Drive. No, do not possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, and appoint a public defender to represent you. John Albert Cruz.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Cruz?
Sir.
All right, you're here because you're arrested on 4 charges: false imprisonment, battery, domestic violence, robbery, sudden snatching, and a violation of PTR conditions based on a probable cause warrant signed by a circuit judge. Hang on. Sure. Were you living where this allegedly occurred?
Yes, Your Honor. They came and
Got another place to go?
find somewhere. Yes, sir.
All right. All right, so as to the false imprisonment, set the bond amount of $500, battery, domestic violence, $500, robbery, sudden snatching, $500. I do have a question about actually the case that the officer says he was a violation of PTR. That case was no-billed on January 19th. This was, that was long since gone.
Say something.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yeah, take a look.
Can I say something, Your Honor?
Just a second, let him finish. She's gonna take a look. At least the case that he had listed is the one, I looked at that one.
The 23 MM8.
Yeah. Like no information, January 19th.
Yeah, that's possible.
And the other one he cites is a non-arrest.
See it wrong?
He's talking about this. There was, still have these charges.
Yes, Your Honor. I see it also is closed. And the only other things he does have open are two bat DVs, non-arrest, and a non-arrest ag assault with a firearm, which he wouldn't be on PTR for, so.
So all RR on that count. Okay. All right, you have no contact with Lacey Alani. You're not to return to your address. You can go back there one time with law enforcement to pick up any personal items you may have, but you can't go back there and live there. You must maintain a separate residence from her as well. Not to possess any guns or weapons, any drugs or alcohol, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Paul Flemings.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Your Honor, Mr. Fleming, mental health. Defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right, we'll appoint a public defender to represent him. As to count one, battery, domestic violence, $500, battery and law enforcement officer, $500, battery and a law enforcement officer, $500, resisting with violence, $500, resisting without, $100. No contact with Jaquan Murphy, and no return to the scene. I think also there was other, and no contact with any witnesses, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol.
And I believe DCF was contacted in this.
All right, and comply with any DCF order that's in place. Keegan Gallagher? You are Keegan Gallagher?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence by strangulation. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You live here in Orlando?
Yes, sir.
This is allegedly occurred at Dockside Inn and Suite, so, and do you live with Ms. Russo? First name. Do you live with Ms. Russo?
No,
Sarah
sir.
Russo?
No, sir.
Do not. Where do you live?
I live at 6452 Vinland Road.
Okay, where does she live?
I believe she's in Winter Garden.
All right. Okay, I'll let you return to your home. You need to keep a separate residence from Sarah Russo. You're not to have any contact with Sarah Russo, none whatsoever.
Okay.
No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. I'll set bond the amount of $500.
Your Honor, the out on bond is the same victim, and there was a no contact in place, and it did occur allegedly on the 13th, so approximately 5 days ago, 6 days
Yeah.
ago. So state would ask that you revoke.
I'll revoke that bond. There's no bond on that. Appoint a public defender if you don't already have one on that as well.
I'll let them know.
Joseph Heather.
Mr. Heather is medical.
Defense will waive, Your Honor. I would just ask for bond or pretrial release. She qualifies.
Okay.
Qualifies for PTO.
On Joseph Heather, I will appoint a public defender as to count one, false imprisonment, $500, battery, domestic violence, $500, or PTR, if
You'd
you
rather
wish.
be qualified than for
She
sure.
does?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, so whichever one they choose. No contact with Victoria Dalula, no return to the scene, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. Dennis Murr.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Murray, you're here today because you were arrested on a charge of aggravated stalking, battery domestic violence, and battery domestic violence, 2 counts. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. All right, ma'am, raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear to God.
Then you speak up just a little bit. Your name?
Blanca Rodriguez?
And you're the alleged victim in the case?
Yes.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't feel comfortable with him verbally making threats and following me or stalking me or putting trackers in my car or my Apple Watch, and I would like for him to stay away from me.
So you don't want any contact at all?
No.
All right. Reading in the report, it sounds like the officer removed the tracker from the car, so hopefully that's not an issue anymore.
Correct.
Okay. As to the aggravated stalking, I'll set bond amount of $750. Count two, domestic violence, $500. Count 3, $500. You're to have no contact with Blanca Rodriguez Jones. You're not to return. Is that Claire Ann Drive? Is that your address?
No, 721 Harwood Circle.
Okay. No return. You're not allowed to have any contact with her, not to go to her address. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. Appoint a public defender to represent you. What's that?
Yes, counsel, Your Honor.
Oh, there you go. You want to be heard?
No, Your Honor. I think we were
All
just
right.
seeking reasonable bond.
Okay. And if you have any ability to follow Miss Rodriguez's watch, phone, or anything like that, that needs to be disabled immediately. All right, if there's any indication that you're still following her location. I think that's something that you might be able to do hopefully from your side as well. You can turn that off on your phone and on your phone, and on your watch, but I'm
it's
not
on
certain.
his,
I'm not a tech guy.
plan, so he's still able to.
What's that?
The Apple Watch is on his plan, his phone plan, so that's how he's still able to pin my Apple Watch.
Okay, well, he's not supposed to do that. If you find out he's doing that, it's a violation of his bond. Okay? Anything else?
No, I would just ask that the child not be included in the no contact order, as the child wasn't present during any of this.
You have a child with him?
Yes,
Where's the child now?
with his godmother.
Okay. Well, he can't have contact with her, as long as if DCF gets involved, then he'll have to follow any order that's there.
Sure.
If you can come up with a third party, to make the transfer, then I don't have any problem with that.
Very well, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay? All righty.
Have a good day.
Dean Richards?
Your Honor, Mr. Richards is in the hospital, but he does have a victim here.
Okay. All righty. Come on forward. All right, raise your right hand, please, both of you. If you could solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, your name first, ma'am?
Donna,
And your name, sir?
Donald McKinnon.
Okay. And you guys are both two of the alleged victims, is that right?
yes.
Correct.
Okay, and I guess from what I recall, your brother-in-law and your sister, is that right, of the defendant?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. What did you want to tell me?
That we're witnesses and victims.
Yeah? Do you want to have contact with him, or do you want him to stay away from you?
I know he's in the hospital. I mean, I would like to know what hospital he's in. I don't want physical contact with him at all.
Okay,
I'm in fear. You know, when you have a knife at you.
sure.
And I'd like to know, I mean, I want to know if he's all right. I'd like to see him in the hospital as long as I'm protected.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll be setting bonds, but I can order that he have no contact with you or your husband or your dad, and that he not return to the home. So he's gonna have to go somewhere else. If he comes back there, that's gonna be a violation of his bond.
Okay, no, he has keys.
And then the question is, will he even be able to make bond? I don't know what resources he has, but my guess is he probably doesn't have a lot of resources.
No.
And with the number of charges here, it's gonna be difficult for him the bond is not gonna be simple. Okay.
Okay.
As far as where he is, I don't know that I can tell you that right now because he is technically in jail, and I don't think they want people going to the hospital when the person is being held in the hospital as part of jail. Understand? That kind of makes sense, right?
Yeah, but
So even if you knew, you wouldn't be able to see him, so.
could we call?
But I guess, they may be able to tell you if he's okay, or what happened to him, all right? Okay, well, I will set bond at the aggravated battery with a deadly weapon of $1,000, the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, that's $750. Obstructing justice, $100. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, $750. Battery domestic violence, $500. Ag assault with a deadly weapon, $550. $750. I'm gonna order that he would not possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol, if he does bond out, and he's to have no contact whatsoever with Donald and Donna McKinnon. Is it McKinnon?
Yes.
Okay. And Dean Roberts Senior is also not to return and you guys live with, you live like next to your dad or something?
I'm right next door to my dad. My dad.
Okay, because I noticed that the address is very close. So he's not to return to your house or to his house?
My father's name is Dean M. Richards.
Okay.
And the one.
Dean M. and he's Dean L.
The one arrested is Dean L.
Okay. Yeah, no contact with Dean M. Richards and no return to either of those addresses. And that's, I think, was it Spyglass? Was that right?
Yes, and he does have the keys to both places.
Or if he does bond out, then he should return the keys. I'm not sure how we're gonna do that, though.
I don't know if he has them with him at all. I don't
Okay.
know.
Well, I will appoint a public defender, so he'll have an attorney as well. And maybe that's a way that you could find out, because they may be able to find out how he's doing. And the public defender's office, you might be able to contact them and they may be able to help you.
Right, and you have our phone number and all, so they can call me or my dad. He is my brother,
Right.
but
He's got issues.
I'm scared to death of him. And we all three of us almost got killed yesterday.
No, it was, I read the report. I saw what happened. It was not good.
And this is the 5th time I've called the police on him, and it took this for him to be taken away.
I know it's not good. It's a bad situation, but maybe now this will be the impetus for him to get help
He
or,
needs desperate help. He's
we
a
can
sick person, and I'd rather see him get the help in the hospital.
right. Okay?
Yes.
So just he can't have any contact with you. If he does, you can call law enforcement and he'll be back in here.
I definitely will.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Your
right, good
Honor.
luck. Thank you for
Have a
coming.
great day.
Francisco Alban. (2022) case. All right, sir, you're here today because you arrested on a charge of battery domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit, and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause.
And we did qualify Mr. Alban for straight
All right.
PTR.
And do you live with? Just lost it. I had it and then I lost it. I guess you do. Is that your wife, Alona Monique Alban?
Yes, sir.
And you were living with her at the Dean Chase Boulevard address?
Yes, sir.
Do you have another place to go?
I do not.
You do? Because you're not going to be able to go back there other than one time with law enforcement to pick up some personal items, because if she's there, you can't go there. I mean, really, it looks like they also filed at large charges against her, so you may be a victim at some point in a case if they charge her as well. But you were the one that got arrested, so you're the one that's in front of me. So since she's not here to indicate that it would be okay for you to be home, then what I've got, I have to order that you have no contact with her.
Yes, sir.
All right? So I'll set, you do qualify for pretrial release, so I can either set a bond or you can go be released on pretrial release conditions. That doesn't require a monetary bond. In other words, you don't have to post a bond, but you do have to follow the rules of the pretrial release program, and you have to, a pretrial release officer you have to keep in contact with.
Yes,
Ron, can we ask him if he wants to do the PTR?
What's that?
Can we ask Mr. Alban if he wants to do the PTR? Because we did qualify him for.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing, yeah.
He want-
Do you want to go into a PTR, or would you rather just have a monetary bond?
Could I read this first before? Oh,
That's not it.
The PD's office.
oh, okay. Yes.
Okay. I'll just indicate that I'll set bond on 500 or PTR. So if you decide between now and the time that it's time for you to get out, that you don't want that, then you can go with the monetary bond as well. You're not to have any contact with Monique Albon. You're not to return to 10019 Dean Chase Boulevard, except for one time you can return with law enforcement to pick up personal items. You're not to possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol.
And Your Honor, DCF was contacted as well.
What's that? Oh, DCF, all right. And if DCF gets involved and enters some sort of order as far as visitation or thing with a child, you're to follow that as well as a condition of bond.
Can I contact my children through phone?
How old are they?
13.
No,
10 and 14.
not at this point, no. Because the mother could pick up the phone, it's just not a good idea. If you have someone else who can make the contact, that would be fine. Alex Brown. You are Alex Brown? All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find sufficient probable cause. Were you living at the East Monroe Avenue address with Albert Brown? You can answer out loud, please.
Yes.
All right, do you have another place to go?
No.
You can't go back there. I'm not going to allow you to go back there as long as if is that where Mr. Brown lives there, right? Albert Brown lives there? Yeah, you're going to have to go somewhere else. He's not here. I'm going to order that you have no contact with him. Okay, so you have to find something, a friend, another relative. And you do qualify for pretrial release as well. I can set a monetary bond of $500, or you can be released on pretrial release, which does not require a monetary bond post.
Would like pretrial release, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you with pretrial release conditions. No guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol. No contact with Albert Brown. You're not to return to 551 East Monroe Avenue other than one time with law enforcement to pick up any personal items you may have there. And the public defender has been appointed. Brandon Giles, or Giles? All right, sir, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. And were you living at 116 North Paramore?
Mm-hmm.
You were?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay, and does, is it Davayuna Williams live there? No. She does not? Okay, I see. She's an ex-girlfriend, apparently.
Any? Would
Actually,
like.
you live at 211 North, no, that's the grocery store. You do live at 116 North Paramore?
Yes.
All right, well, I'm gonna let you go back there. But you're not to have any contact with Miss Williams, none whatsoever, okay? Can't walk up to her, can't talk to her, can't call her, nothing. You're not to possess any drugs or weapons, any guns or alcohol.
And you would like pretrial, Your Honor.
You do want pretrial release. I'll release you with pretrial release conditions. Make sure you keep up with your attorney and your pretrial release officer. And I do appoint the public defender to represent you. Mr. Holcomb? Mr. Holcomb?
Yes, sir.
All right, you're here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Second. And, were you living at the Parker Road address?
Yes, sir.
That is your address?
Yes, sir.
And does Gina live there as well?
Yes, sir.
All right, well, do you have another place to go?
She actually has a father up in Sanford. I just adopted a dog from the pet shelter, so it's kind of a problem.
Well, here's the thing. She may have a father that she can go to, but I don't have the ability or nor will I order her to go there.
Uh-huh.
She's at the Parker Road. You can't be there because she's not here to say that she's okay with contact. Okay?
Okay.
Because you're not going to have any contact with her. Now, if you want to go, you can go there. I'll order that you not go there. You can go there one time with law enforcement to pick up your items.
Okay.
Personal items. That would be your dog too. I wouldn't have a problem with you picking up the dog as long as she's not disputing that it's your dog or her dog.
Okay.
Just as long as someone's taking care of it. You do qualify for pretrial release instead, so you could be released without having to post a bond.
Can I get the release on my own recognizance?
Well, it's not just ROR, it's pretrial release, so there are conditions. You're gonna have to meet with a pretrial release officer from time to time, check in with them.
Okay.
They may drug test you, but you don't have to post a bond. There won't be anything, you won't have to actually pay any money to get out.
Okay,
Is
sir.
that what you want?
Yes.
All right. Pretrial release, no guns, no weapons, no drugs, no alcohol, no contact with Gina Buffington. You're not to return to 14429 Parker Road other than one time to pick up your items. And make a note that he can take the dog if in fact it is his dog. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you. All righty, good luck. Ooh.
Did you follow your instruction?
Esther LaRue,
Good morning.
good morning. You're here today because you were arrested and charged on the charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit and I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Raise your right hand, please. Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
And your name is?
I'll say it out of you.
All right. And you are the alleged victim in the case. You can put your hand down. You're the alleged victim, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did you want to come here to tell me today?
Well, I don't want to press no charges. This is one thing. We've been married close to 53 years, and this thing never happened before. And she pushed me, and I pushed her, and then she jumped all over me. She hit me. She scratched me. She hit me on my leg. And I don't want to press no charges. That's
All right. So you have no problem if she comes home to be with you?
I got no problem at all.
You're not afraid of her at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, what I'll do is I'll order that she not have any hostile contact with you. That means she can't yell at you.
Okay.
Can't throw anything around the house. Can't be hostile in any way, okay? Understand that, ma'am? You can't be hostile to him. I'm going to let you go home and be with him, but you can't be hostile. You can't call him names. You can't throw stuff at him. Can't hit him. Can't do anything at all. Okay? Can you do that?
Say yes.
Yes, yes.
All right.
Sorry, George.
She does qualify for pretrial release. Is that what she wants?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll release you with pretrial release conditions. You're not to possess any drugs or alcohol or any guns or weapons.
No, sir.
The only drugs you can do are if they're prescription drugs.
Yes.
All right? No hostile contact with Jose LaRue. And again, I'll let you go home. Okay?
you.
So she can come home. There won't be a bond required. She just has to make sure that pretrial release checks are out.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All righty, good luck. He's not a great ventriloquist. Najali, is it Menenvarez? Menenvarez?
Yes.
All right. All right, ma'am, you're here today because you're arrested on charge of battery domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Nobody? All right.
That's the attorney's number.
Were you living at the Lake Western Drive, 1638? Is that your apartment?
Yes.
Okay, and is Ariel living there?
Yes.
All right. Do you have another place to go?
My sister's.
Okay, all right. She's also eligible for pretrial release.
Would like like pretrial, Your Honor.
All righty. I'm going to release you with pretrial release conditions. Okay, there won't be a bond that's required, but you do have to check in with your pretrial release officer and follow their conditions.
Okay.
You're not to possess any guns or drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. You're not to have any contact with Ariel Almonte Mejia. No contact whatsoever, at least for on the short term.
Okay.
And you're not to return to 2357 Lake Western Drive, 1638, except one time. You can go back there one time with your, with law enforcement, pick up any clothes or personal items you need. Okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Your Honor, DCF was also contacted.
Pardon?
DCF.
Oh, and Department of Children and Families may enter an order or some sort of agreement as to how to deal with the child. Just, you need to follow that as well as a condition of bond. Chandler Myers.
Mr. Myers is mental health.
And defense will waive, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender to represent Mr. Myers. He's had to have no contact with Maria Coleman. He's not to return to the scene. No drugs, no weapons, no guns, no alcohol, except on the amount of $500.
Your Honor, I would ask for pretrial release.
Okay,
He qualifies, he's on social security income.
all right, PTR.
Do you want to may return one time with that as well?
It appears they do live in the same
One
residence.
time return with law enforcement.
Okay, yeah, he can go back one time. Okay. Charles Riley? You Mr. Riley? All right. Here today because you're arrested on a charge of battery, domestic violence. I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. All right, ma'am, could you raise your right hand, please? Solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, your name?
Tanisha Haggard.
Okay, Ms. Haggard, what did you come here to tell me today?
I was at his house on Monday to get the rest of my stuff out because I've been moving out. We broke up. But CJ got really upset with me and very aggressive. It's not the first time he's put his hands on me. I tried to leave and he blocked me from leaving. And he wouldn't let me go because he was accusing me of stealing stuff that I didn't have. And he pushed me, he shoved me, tried to choke me, and he was really violent and aggressive.
So do you still fear him?
I am very afraid of him now.
So you don't want to have any contact then? All right, and the Seneca Club address, apartment B, looks like 3732, that was where you were living with him?
Yes.
So you're no longer there?
No.
All right, so, and you'd have no reason to go back there?
I have stuff there, but I don't even care at this point.
Okay. Well, what we can do is I'll let him go back there then, and then I'm gonna order that he'd have no contact with you. What you could do is contact law enforcement to go with you if you wanna pick up whatever's left there, so that you've got somebody with you to go and do that, okay? And I'll allow that. Okay, all right, Mr. Riley, you heard all that, right? No contact. You're not to have any contact with her. Understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you want PTR?
No, Your Honor, monetary bond.
All right, I'll set bond amount of $500. You're not to possess any guns, weapons, drugs, or alcohol. You're not to have any contact whatsoever with Tanisha Haggard. If she returns with law enforcement, you're to allow the law enforcement and her to come in and retrieve her items if she decides she wants to do that. She said she may not want to. But you're not to have any contact whatsoever. That means you can't call, you can't have someone else call, you can't text, nothing like that. And I will appoint a public defender to represent you. Is there kids here? You guys don't have any kids, right? Okay, don't have to worry about that. Okay, thank you, sir. Thaddeus Douglas. All right, it's out of county warrant, stay that bond. Sebastian Torres. Stay that out of county bond. Nelson Adelson. Good morning. Your name, sir?
Nelson Adelson.
All right, Mr. Adelson, you're here today because you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant. There is no bond on that. And I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that violation of probation. It'll be set for a status at some point. Stevenson Dorr. You are Mr. Dorr?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, you're here for, you're arrested on a charge of violating your community control. There's no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that violation of community control. Okay. Your name, ma'am?
Nikita Gathers.
All right, Mr. Gathers, you're here, two cases. First of all, you have a new case of, in 2023 CF 4049AO, and that is based on an arrest warrant for grand theft. I've read the charging affidavit. It does have sufficient, it is sufficient probable cause. Bond on that is $2,500, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you on that new case as it stands. And then second of all, you're arrested on a violation of probation warrant, and there is no bond on that. And I know that you had Mr. Self as your attorney before. Have you contacted him about the violation or no?
Yeah, I spoke with him yesterday.
Okay, all right, so he's aware of it. I don't know if do you want me to appoint a public defender on the violation right now, or is he gonna get in the case?
No, he's gonna get in the case.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender for you on the violation as well.
Your Honor, in regards to the grand thefts, they would ask for a no return to the Tory Burch store.
All right, no return to Tory Burch if you bond out.
Okay.
All right, no guns, no drugs, no weapons, no alcohol. All righty? Yes, on both, since it doesn't sound like she's hired him. Your name, sir?
Thomas Turchin.
I'm Mr. Church, and you're here because you're arrested on a violation of probation charge. There's no bond on that, and I'll appoint a public defender to represent you.
Thank you.
All right, 33-day motions. State of Florida versus Frank Irwin Campos, 2023 CF 3496AO.
Granted, notice and on filing.
State of Florida versus Antonio LaQuentin Jackson, 2023 CF 2103AO.
Granted, notice and on filing.
State of Florida versus Angela Marie Hocroft, 2023 MM 123AA.
Denied, and information was filed.
State of Florida versus Edward Chavane, 2022 CF 14888AO.
Granted, notice and on filing.
State of Florida versus Tiffany Monique Anderson, 2023 CF 665AO.
Granted, notice and on filing.
State of Florida versus Tavion Givens, 2023 CF 3418AO and 2023 CF 3459AO. Oh, wait, that's something else. What is that? motion for ROR.
Okay, 1 second. I didn't see that there were two. 3418 should be granted, notice on filing, and then 3459. 3459 should also be granted, notice on
Okay, so both are good. All right, and then we had yesterday, did Brendan, did she tell you about the Woodfolk case?
Yes, Judge.
Did you guys have anything else you wanted at the PDs? Otherwise, all right. All right, I'll grant that extension.
John, do you have the order from yesterday?
Yep. Mhm.
I printed a new one just in case.
Okay. $49. That's arraignments. What time you guys want to start back?
10:20.
11:45.
How many saying?
Your Honor, state and defense can be ready as early as 11:30.
I need, I need.
11:45?
12.
Okay. All right. 12 it is. Winner, winner. Ooh.
Bernal Lara, the date of birth is December 13, 1979.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a bench warrant.
Señor, ha sido arrestado por resultado de una orden de arresto emitida por un juez.
That is for a failure to appear for arraignment in case 2022 MM2302.
Esto ha sido debido a una falta en su comparecencia durante una vista incoatoria para el caso 22 MM2302.
The bond on that warrant is $2,000, sir.
La fianza de esa orden de arresto es de $2,000.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Next court date if still in jail, April 27th, if out, May 19th, in courtroom 5B at 9:30 a.m.
Okay, you need to let him.
La siguiente fecha de vista sería si está en la cárcel el 27 de abril, si no el 19 de mayo en la sala 5B a las 9:30 am.
Sorry, Mr. Interpreter.
It's Mr. Rodriguez. The next case is Jocelyn Cordero Tested, case number 23CF1166.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, indique su nombre y la fecha de nacimiento, por favor. Yoslan Cordero, November 28, 1999.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of possession or use of drug paraphernalia.
Señor, ha sido arrestado como resultado de tenencia o uso de adminículos de droga,
As well as for altering, destroying, or concealing evidence.
y también por manipular, destruir o ocultar pruebas.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado la solicitud acusatoria y se determina que existen suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
You qualify for direct pretrial release.
Usted reúne los requisitos para la libertad provisional.
The court will grant that,
Se le concederá,
with the condition that you have to report for random urinalysis.
con la medida impuesta de que tendrá que reportarse para un control de orina aleatorio.
Additionally, you are not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs.
Por lo tanto, tiene prohibido consumir o utilizar alcohol o drogas.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Carmen Rosario Cancel.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señora. Indique su nombre y la fecha de nacimiento, por favor. Carmen Rosario, April 28, 1980.
Ma'am, do you need the services of the interpreter?
Señora, ¿requiere los servicios del intérprete en español? Yes.
Please make sure you speak only in Spanish
Por favor, asegúrese de responder solo en español
and wait for him to translate.
y espera que él traduzca.
Ma'am, you've been picked up on 3 charges.
Señora, ha sido arrestada debido a 3 acusaciones.
There's possession of cocaine,
La tenencia de cocaína,
possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, to wit, fentanyl,
tenencia de una sustancia regulada sin la receta de fentanyl
and possession or use of drug equipment.
y tenencia o uso de equipo o aminículos de droga.
The court has reviewed the charging affidavit.
Se ha estudiado la solicitud acusatoria
I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
y se determina que existen suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
Qualify for direct pretrial release, but the court will not be granting that.
Reúne los requisitos para la libertad provisional directa, sin embargo, no se le va a conceder.
Court will be ordering pretrial release with the following bonds.
Si no, se le concederá la libertad provisional con las siguientes fianzas.
Count 1, $1,000.
Por el primer cargo será $1,000.
Count 2, $1,000.
Por el segundo cargo será $1,000.
Count 3, $100.
Por el tercer cargo, $100.
You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs.
Tiene prohibida la tenencia o consumir alcohol o drogas.
And you are to report for random urinalysis.
Y tendrá que reportarse para un control de orina aleatorio.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Mr. Rodriguez, would you mind making an announcement just to make sure that we haven't missed anyone?
¿Hay alguien más que requiere los servicios del intérprete en español?
What's the name? Okay, thank you.
This interpreter, Your Honor, may I please get the case number for Carmen Rosario?
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sorry. It's 23 CF 1172.
Thank you.
And then for Mr. Pedroza Morales, it's 23 MM 923.
PD appointed.
He's approaching. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Buenas tardes, señor. Indique su nombre completo y la fecha de nacimiento, por favor.
Rafael Pedrosa Morales, 521 del 71.
Rafael Pedrosa Morales, 52171.
Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a retail petty theft.
Señora, ha sido arrestado como resultado de un hurto de menor cuantía en tienda
As well as a trespass after warning.
y también por una entrada ilícita después de haber recibido una advertencia.
Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause.
Se ha estudiado la solicitud acusatoria y se determina que existen los suficientes indicios de criminalidad.
You do qualify for direct pretrial release.
Usted reúne los requisitos para la libertad provisional directa.
The court will grant that with the following conditions.
Se le concederá eso con las siguientes medidas.
You're not to return to 3183 West Vine Street, that is the Walmart.
Tiene prohibido regresar al 3183 West Vine Street, que es el Walmart.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Is that it, Mr. Mancini? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too. Paul Robinson Camargo.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a warrant in 2023 MM 000112 for failure to appear for competency status hearing. The judge has set a zero bond. Thank you. Rachel Gonzalez Diaz.
PD appointed.
Thank you. I saw you looking. I'm like, well, are they there? Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. You've been picked up as a result of an arrest warrant. The charge on that is grand theft auto. Probable cause was found when the arrest warrant was issued. I have reviewed it. I concur with the finding. Your bond is set in the amount of $2,500, and you're to have no contact with the alleged victim. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
John Hannon.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Mr. Hannon, do you understand what you have been picked up on? All right, but you understand the charges? Okay. I'm just trying to make sure that you understand the charges because the attorney has asked that we waive a reading of those charges. Mr. Hannon, everything you're saying is being recorded. I want to remind you of that because anything you say can be used against you. If you have questions, I suggest that you speak with the attorney real quick and then we'll go ahead and pick up where we've left off. Yes, sir. All right, sir, do you understand the charges that you've turned yourself in on? Okay. The court has reviewed the arrest warrant where probable cause was found. I do concur with that finding. Bond is going to be set on count 1 in the amount of $2,500. Count 2, the amount of $1,500. Count 3, the amount of $5,000. You're not to return to 1016 Kentucky Avenue in St. Cloud, and you're not to have any contact with Cindy Swanson or Roxanne Masters. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand? You're muted. I'll have to wait a minute. Do you understand the no contact provisions? Thank you, sir. You may have a seat. Ramon Rosario.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Good afternoon, it's Ramon Rosario, born 6/7/81.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of a warrant in case number 2022 CF 000944 for failure to appear for pretrial. The judge has set a zero bond on that, sir. Thank you. Sure. I will not be setting a bond in this matter today. If you find proof of that information, you can file a motion with the trial judge for her consideration.
Next court date, April 25th in courtroom 5F at 8:15 a.m.
Andrew Abshire.
No application for this defendant. However, on the FTA, he has Nick Kelly as attorney of record.
Okay. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Mr. Abshire, have you hired Mr. Kelly to represent you in these new charges? Okay, do you wish to proceed forward with your initial appearance without that attorney present, or do you want me to reset it for when they are available? Yes, sir. Okay, he indicated that he hired a different attorney. Mr. Abshire, do you wish to proceed forward without having a private attorney present today? I'm leaving it up to you. I can proceed forward today, or I can reset it for tomorrow. All right. So you've been picked up on several charges. The first is violation of pretrial release conditions in a domestic violence situation. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $5,000 on that case. You are to have no contact with Olivia Harrell. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand?
Yes.
Thank you. Additionally, on 2022 CF 1771, there is a warrant for failure to appear for pretrial with a zero bond. Pretrial release, you guys have him listed as on pretrial release for that case, but there's also a warrant for that case?
Yes, he was out on pretrial release.
Well, that'll be revoked, and the warrant stands for a zero bond.
Okay.
And then, well, State, I see you filed an information on this already. So State, the third charge is criminal mischief, according to your information?
In which case, Your Honor, the 2023 one or the 2022 one?
This one is 23352. Are these additional charges beyond these affidavits?
The charges on the information are battery 1 prior, domestic violence, count 2, violation of PTR condition on domestic violence case, and count 3, criminal mischief.
Right, but my question is, are these different incidences from the charging affidavits that I just set bond on?
The new violation of PTR condition. It did not appear that way to me when I was reviewing it, Your Honor. They seem like the same incident. I'm not sure why this came in as a different case.
Mr. Abshire, if you would please have a seat. I'm going to have to look into this further because this is a little bit of a curveball, and I want to make sure that I'm telling you appropriately on what we've got here.
And just to let you know, the PTR was revoked back on 2/23 when the warrant was issued.
Well, apparently pretrial release doesn't have that information. Well, we'll come back to him in a moment.
Yeah.
Kathleen Throop,
Denied above guidelines.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please. Ms. Throop, you did not qualify for the public defender, so if you're going to hire an attorney, you will need to hire a private counsel. You didn't qualify based upon the guidelines provided by the clerk. You have been picked up as a result of retail theft, as well as possession, legend, drugs without a prescription, to wit, alprazolam, which I can never say correctly. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $500, count 2 the amount of $250, and you're not to return to the Walmart. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Ashley Bobo Melvin.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Ma'am, you've been picked up as a result of possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, to wit, methamphetamine, as well as possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $2,500. Count 2, the amount of $500. You're not to possess any alcohol or drugs, nor consume any alcohol or drugs. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Jacob Bollinger.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jacob Bollinger, 1029.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of battery, touch, or strike. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You qualify for pretrial release with a bond. That bond will be set in the amount of $1,000. You're not to have any contact with Miranda Churchwell. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Additionally, you're not to return to 5150 Boggy Creek Road, Lot A1A. You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items only. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Zebin Clay.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up on a couple of matters. There is a grand theft auto, as well as contributing to delinquency. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Bond on count 1 to be set in the amount of $2,500. Count 2, the amount of $500. Additionally, there's a charge for violation of probation or community control that the officer did as an on-view violation. That one is set at 0, sir. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Corey Cox. Okay.
24 hours unavailable.
When available.
Okay.
If Corey's not, Mr. Cox is not available tomorrow, then we're not going to see him tomorrow.
Yes, Judge.
Joseph Crane.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please.
Joseph Crane, 08/04/2003.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you've been picked up on a couple of charges. There's resisting, obstructing without violence, as well as fleeing, eluding, refusing to stop. We'll start with the first one, which is resisting, obstructing without violence. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $500. It appears that you are out on 23 CF 1063 and 23 MM 821. Very similar charges. The court will be revoking both of those and setting them at 0.
Out on bond, Judge?
Out on bail.
Okay.
It says.
Just making sure. Thank you.
Additionally, you have the fleeing, eluding, refusing to stop. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set in the amount of $2,500. Thank you.
Next court dates on demand.
John Doe 3258, AKA Brandon White.
PD appointed.
Ms. Jenkins, the attachment here, this was done by fingerprint for his ID.
FBI also, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of resisting arrest without violence. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Ms. Jenkins, does that change pretrial release qualification or not?
No, ma'am. He have a hold for New York.
For New York?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Bond in this matter will be set in the amount of $500, and you have a hold for New York, sir. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Juan Fargas Maldonado.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you, sir. You've been picked up as a result of trafficking cocaine, battery on a law enforcement officer, resisting officer with violence, and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause on each charge. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $50,000, count 2, $2,500, count 3, $1,000, count 4, $500. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs. And with regard to 22 CF 2705, the court will be revoking and setting at 0. Thank you. 22 CF 2705.
2705. Thank you.
Davion Garcia. Thank you.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Javion Garcia, 0609-2004.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up on a couple of charges. We have possession with intent to sell, manufacture, or deliver cocaine, use, display of a firearm, possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $7,500, count 2 the amount of $5,000, count 3 the amount of $500. You're not to possess or consume alcohol or drugs. Ms. Jenkins, can you make sure that the juvenile probation officer is informed of these new charges?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next court date on demand.
Kevin Jones.
No application for this defendant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. What's your date of birth? 2292? Yes? Thank you. The court reporter can't hear a head shake, sir. You've been picked up as a result of a traffic ordinance violation. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. You qualify for direct pretrial release. The court will grant that with the condition that you have to remain free from any potential criminal activity. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Philip Kennedy.
PD appointed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. What is your date of birth, please? Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of carrying a concealed firearm, grand theft of firearm, use or display of a firearm, manufacturing, delivering drug paraphernalia, trafficking cocaine, and trafficking fentanyl of 4 grams or more. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there is sufficient probable cause as to each charge. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Count 1 will be set in the amount of $2,500. Count 2, $2,500. Count 3, $5,000. Count 4, $1,000. Count 5, $100,000. Count 6, $200,000. You're not to possess any alcohol or drugs. You're not to consume any alcohol or drugs. And with regard to 23 CF 507, court will be revoking and setting at 0. Thank you.
Judge, he has 2 cases.
Oh, did I miss one?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We also have a driving with suspended or revoked license as a subsequent offense. The court did review this affidavit as well. I just missed it when I was making my announcement. Probable cause is found. Bond to be set on that case in the amount of $500. Thank you.
Next court date for 23 CF 1162 on demand and 23 CT 1833 if still in jail, April 27th. If out, May 10th in courtroom 4A at 8:15 a.m.
Very low.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of using or possessing identification of another person without consent, as well as possession or display, unlawful issuance, forged, stolen driver's license or ID. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause as to both charges. You do not qualify for pretrial release. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $1,500, count 2 the amount of $1,000, and you're not to return to the TD Bank. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Louis Michaels. Thank you.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of possession of controlled substance without a prescription, to wit, amphetamines, as well as possession or use of drug paraphernalia. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. You do qualify for pretrial release, a direct pretrial release, so the court will grant that with the conditions of no alcohol, no drugs, consumption, or possession, and report for random urinalysis. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Donnie Mitchell. All right, thank you.
PD appointed.
I'm gonna need you to pull up. I'm gonna need you to pull up 23 CF 352. I'm gonna have to look at it. Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
July the 29th, 1952.
And what is your name, sir?
Donnie Mitchell, man.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell, you've been picked up as a result of battery domestic violence by strangulation, as well as battery simple of a victim 65 years of age or older. The court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Bond on count 1 will be set in the amount of $5,000, count 2 the amount of $1,500. You're not to have any contact with Randolph Alexander. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand? You're not to return to 955 Wilfredo Street in St. Cloud. You can go back one time with the assistance of law enforcement to obtain your personal items, sir. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Jeremiah Palermo.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
2001.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of possession of cocaine, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, and knowing intent, unlawful possession of 5 or more grams. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find that there's sufficient probable cause. Appears that you qualify for pretrial release as a direct release. The court will grant that. You are not to return to 7675 West Erlo Bronson Memorial Highway. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs, and you're to report for random urinalysis. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Next court date on demand.
Deputy. Ariana Sander.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Ma'am, you've been picked up as a result of possession of cocaine, possession or use of drug paraphernalia, knowing intent, unlawful possession of 5 or more, unresisting arrest without violence. Court has reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find there's sufficient probable cause. It appears that you qualify for direct pretrial release. The court will grant that with the following conditions. You're not to return to 7675 West Erlo Bronson Memorial Highway. You're not to possess or consume any alcohol or drugs, and you're to report for random urinalysis. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
Jeremiah Shelton.
PD appointed.
Good afternoon, sir. State your name and date of birth, please.
Jeremiah Shelton, August 12, 1980.
Thank you. Sir, you've been picked up as a result of possession of cocaine and possession or use of drug paraphernalia. State, unless I just read over this too quick, I don't see anything linking him to the items that were retrieved. There's lots of talk about the front passenger seat, but he was designated as a back passenger. If I missed it, please point it out to me. Okay.
State agrees with the court's view of the case.
All right, sir, I'm not finding probable cause with regard to these challenges, these charges. So you will be released ROR. Thank you.
Next court date on demand.
You're not gonna find no action on the other case?
Yeah, I'm not going to take any action when there was no PC for what he was before me on today. Corey Robertson. And I'm informed that there aren't any supplements that were provided. Is that correct?
Correct, Judge. That is
Let me hear from the state, please.
That is correct, Your Honor. After initial appearance yesterday, we reached out to the officer assigned to this case. We did not get a response.
There doesn't appear to be anything in these affidavits which support that this would be a second offense as opposed to just a first offense.
State would ask that you find probable cause for petty theft first offense and set bond in the appropriate amount for that charge.
Defense, do you agree that there were multiple thefts within this particular affidavit, though? What? No. Give me just a second. All All right, my reading of this affidavit shows that there's only one entry into the store at 1,350 hours. So the court will be finding probable cause for one petty theft, and the bond on that will be set in the amount of, actually, he's a direct pretrial release. So it will be direct pretrial release with a no return to the target.
On all the cases, Judge?
Well, we only have one petty theft. So he can be ROR'd on your other two affidavits, but there's only one petty theft.
So, just so that the record reflects and the jail doesn't have any questions, we're finding PC on 23mm 908 and then 23mm 909 and 907. Are you no PC and RORing him, or you're finding PC on all three and just RORing him on two of them?
Well, there's no PC on the other two because there's not a separate charge. So there's no PC and it's an ROR as a result.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Anthony James Haas. This was a reset from yesterday, counsel, at the request of pretrial release. Apparently, the wrong case number was written on the paperwork from yesterday that was revoked.
They did it. They
They didn't bring him over?
Because he didn't need to be here. We were just clarifying that the case number was written incorrectly.
So you just need it on the record? Okay. So it's 2023 CF 1152. It was VFOSC. Yesterday, the court found probable cause for the charges that was there, but they revoked on his probation. What was written on the order was 22 CF 2564. The actual case number is 2020 CF 2564, and that will remain at 0. And then counsel, if you'll give me just a second, I gotta look at the clerk's computer on Mr. Abshire, because I want to make sure that we don't have a double charging here going on. Thank you.
You need this? Or the...
No, what I need is this, to see if it's, oh, that was on the records. In here, and then go down to the actual, keep going.
This one?
All right, yeah.
To watch you do your investigative work. Not the whole need. I can show you just so you can see. What's that case number?
That was 22 CF 1771.
Two 23. The date, if I'm not mistaken, the date that it was. That he failed to pay.
That goes with.
Today would be it.
Let's read this.
Yep.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It's okay.
Andrew Abshire? All right, good afternoon again, sir. State your name and date of birth, please. Thank you. Mr. Abshire, do you still feel comfortable moving forward without your private attorney being here? All right. I was able to take a look at the court records to try to figure out what was going on. So we have a violation of pretrial release condition domestic violence. The court has reviewed that charging affidavit. Did you find sufficient probable cause? Bond to be set in the amount of $5,000. You're to have no contact with Olivia Harrell. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Do you understand? All right. Additionally, there is a bench warrant for failure to appear for pretrial in case 22 CF 1771. That is set at 0. For pretrial releases information, pretrial release was actually revoked on 2/23/23 according to the court records.
They never sent you the paperwork, that's what it was.
I revoked it, didn't tell you.
Yeah.
And then we have 23 CF 352. That was based on an arrest warrant which had 4 charges on it, but the state has since filed a information, so we'll only be moving forward on the 3 charges. It's battery, domestic violence, violation of pretrial release condition on domestic violence case, and criminal mischief. Those were for incidents that took place on January 27th. So I wanted to make sure it wasn't the same factual basis as the first one. I was able to confirm that. Bond to be set on count 1 in the amount of $1,000. Count 2, the amount of $500. Count 3, $500. And again, you're to have no contact with Olivia Harrell. No contact means no in-person contact, no third-party contact, no social media contact, no telephone contact, no contact whatsoever. Thank you, sir.
Next court date for 23 MM918 on demand, 22 CF 1771, June 7th in courtroom 5F at 9 a.m. and 23 CF 352. Next court date, April 25th in courtroom 5F at 8:15 a.m.
Mr. Mancini, does that take care of everyone over there? Thank you. Have a good day, sir.